thrust vector control built-in test in work. Vehicle is now on internal power.
So in a moment here, we'll see those, what they call the bit checks. Checks, as you mentioned, Kristen, inside the capsule, you know, as you said, this is like a bridled beast. This thing wants to take off.
Switch to onboard helium.
Here we go. Good luck and Godspeed, ladies. We're cheering you on from
Let's
planet
launch
Earth.
this
Thrust
rocket.
termination system is armed. Whew. T-minus 22 seconds and counting.
Guidance internal.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, command engine start, 2, 1, ignition. Liftoff. New Shepard has cleared the tower. Throttle down for Q limiting. Engine response looks good. Max Q, maximum dynamic pressure. Mach 1, vehicle is supersonic. Engine back up to full throttle.
Supersonic, we have passed through max Q, maximum dynamic pressure. That's when the vehicle, the stresses between the atmosphere and the speed are at their maximum. So to punch through that is so important. You see the BE3 engines is firing beautifully. You see the stream of steam behind it. Those ladies right now are having an incredible view on their way to space. Passing through 80,000 feet, 1,300 miles per hour. They're going to peak at about 2,300 miles an hour over Mach 3, 3 times the speed of sound. Shortly coming up, we'll have MECO, main engine cutoff. We will turn off the engine, but the two craft, the capsule and the booster, will continue their ascent to space.
Stand by, MECO.
And
there you saw the main engine is turned off. We're now going to separate the capsule from the booster, and at that point, Kristen, that's when all 6 astronauts are going to start to feel the weightlessness, and shortly thereafter, we're going to let them unbuckle.
Separation is confirmed.
And that right there is the most critical milestone of this whole ascent. Oprah watching her best friend go to space.
And the two craft is separated.
Put it up there. Put it up there.
328,000 feet, 100 kilometers. Welcome to space, ladies, or shall I say, astronauts.
Oh, the moon! You guys, I have to tell you, look at the moon. Look. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my goddess. That's our pink moon. I love you, Flynn.
And just in case it wasn't clear, those are the astronauts. Those are their voices that you're hearing.
And there, they have hit apogee, the highest point in flight, well over 345,000 feet, well over the Kármán line.
Wow.
And at this moment, the astronauts have unstrapped from their seats. They are floating. They are weightless. They are experiencing zero-G for the very first time in their lives. And Katy Perry did say that she was going to sing in space. I'm waiting for it.
Waiting for it.
1 minute warning. 1 minute warning.
So that is Capcom indicating a 1 minute warning for our astronauts to take in those last views before they get buckled back into their seats. At this point,
Oh my God, gosh, wow, it's so peaceful up here.
and you hear
Dragon. Report status. Copy. Whip. Report status.
And a great, all astronauts are back. That is the rocket that is screaming back down to the capsule to its landing spot just 2 miles north of where it's taken off from. At the top of the rocket, you see a couple of fins that have popped out. Those are to stabilize the rocket as it comes into land. Shortly thereafter, you will see the drag brakes that deploy that will cut the speed of the rocket in half. And then in the last moments,
and there it is. We can see it from the stage.
There comes the rocket down. It's going to relight its engine. We're going to also see a sonic boom. We're going to hear that shortly here.
And remember, this is something that had never been done before until just a few years ago. Truly the stuff of science fiction that you're about to watch in just seconds.
Drag
there we
brakes.
go. Engine relight.
And booster touchdown. Welcome home, New Shepard.
Picture perfect landing right there.
Picture perfect landing.
Right on target.
You see that dust kind of creates this dramatic cloud that reveals the beautiful rocket that has just taken these ladies up to space and back.
And I love the echo across the mountains. Is that what I was hearing there?
That's what
nice
you were
touch.
hearing. You heard the sonic boom, then you heard the engine relight, and all of that reverberates in this big, beautiful valley in West Texas.
Stand by, Trogs. Stand by, Trogs.
All right, shortly here, we're waiting to see the drogue parachutes deploy from the crew capsule. Those are like the guide parachutes. There go the drogue parachutes.
Just free falling right there until those drogues came out.
And then next will be the main parachutes that get pulled out.
Hear that screaming inside the capsule?
And all 3 parachutes reefing, and they will slowly inflate, slowing the capsule to a nice, smooth 10, 15 miles an hour. They are cruising back home.
3 good parachutes.
And I tell you, Kristen, from having gone through all of the simulations, I have gone through all of the training. They put you in the capsule that simulates all of this, including the sounds, and when you hear the motors of the parachutes pop out, that is the best moment in flight.
Because I know Blue Origin does everything they can to make this as safe as possible, and y'all have an impeccable safety record, but it still has to feel really good when you know that you're coming back to Earth with those parachutes fully deployed.
And we can see the capsule just over our shoulder here, going to be landing north and east of the launch pad, coming down softly and beautifully. 500 feet.
And you will see a puff of smoke when it touches down, a puff of dust. That's normal.
A puff of dust, last milliseconds, air cushion that will kick up the dust. It's a very soft landing despite the sporty perception. There it is.
Touchdown. Congratulations and welcome back to Earth. Do status check. Double shot.
Kristen, just some incredible images there. The capsule.
Copy. Welcome back. Better.
Nice. Let's wait for Aisha just a moment here. Make sure they're doing health checks in.
Beautiful.
Yes, and as you heard it there, everybody seemed to be just as ecstatic to be back here, back on Earth. Everybody appears to be fine. Beautiful shot there of the capsule down in the desert. As we were just saying, it looks like a tough landing,
right,
but it is an air cushion in the last milliseconds that just makes it even softer. I will also note the parachutes landed very close to the capsule. That's just an indication that there's not very much wind out here today. A beautiful day for a launch and landing. A beautiful day to add 6 more names to the roster of astronauts that have been over the Kármán line into space. Thompson, what's the view from
you guys as with Orlando Bloom as jump in the car to go meet? Pretty and only imagine how these astronauts, now that we can officially deem them astronauts, are going to feel. I can't wait to get their reaction. We are headed out there now. I will check back in with you as soon as I have them.
Sounds good, Carissa. And as everybody can see, she is those recovery crews are screaming out there. So we actually send them out as soon as we spot the capsule. And there's little Rose, Katie's daughter, who is just Daisy, excuse me, who is just seeing her mother go to space and come back. I'm sure she cannot wait to say hello. So, but as I was mentioning, the recovery crew is heading out there. We send them out as soon as we can see the crew capsule and spot the crew capsule descending. There will be at least 2 trucks that go out there. What you'll see is they will come around the capsule. We also have crew member 7 who's in there. She will run out go around to each window, make sure that each astronaut is fine, and the recovery crews will safe the capsule before we exit the astronauts.
You know, it's hard to pick a favorite moment, right? Launch, landing, it's all good. But the moment coming up might be my absolute favorite, right? It's the moment the recovery team gets out there, then all the friends and family, and we get to see the astronauts emerge from the capsule, and we get to hear what they thought from the last, 10 minutes or so that they were up in space. And I think one of my favorite things that I've ever seen in covering space, certainly with Blue Origin, was that moment for William Shatner, Captain Kirk, as he emerged from the capsule. And this is exactly why you want to send people that are not just professional astronauts into space. What he said was so moving that day.
100% agree. But it's not just the astronauts that are here that are being moved by this event. We've got Tabitha that's with some of the friends and family out there. Tabitha, give me an update from the viewing platform.
I mean, not a dry eye in the stand, I tell you right now. Chloe, I just want to know from your perspective, that moment, what was it like?
I don't think I realized how emotional it was going to be, and I literally had chills all over my body from the second it launched until the moment I just saw it land. And it's sort of hard to explain, because I don't think you would be that emotional, but it's incredible. It takes your breath away. And I feel like I have all this adrenaline and I'm just standing here.
Right? It's very true.
Same. It's really, first of all, we're so thrilled that the girls are safe and everything went so well. And so that's a relief, because, I'm sure there's a lot of nerves up there, but to hear the girls screaming and having such
they said they saw the pink moon.
Yeah.
I heard the audio. I was like, that is the coolest thing.
So
I cannot
exciting.
wait to get the footage from inside
and
to
to
see
hear.
that.
I want to hear every little emotion that they had, and we can't wait to see the footage from inside.
What are the chances? The pink moon, the rocket launch. It's so exciting.
It's a great day.
It's been a pretty phenomenal day. So when are you guys going up is the real question.
Oh my gosh, I don't know, but this made it a little more enticing. Never.
Right.
That's what I love.
You can go on behalf of the rest of us, but
thank you.
I think we'd all drag you off of the tarmac before we let you go up. But, I like you being an observer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we love being able to share this experience with you, and thank you for sharing how you feel out here with our audience. So it's been really, really incredible. So yeah, the emotions are high because it's so exciting and energizing. And gosh, Kristen, Ariane, I don't know what to say. I did cry. I didn't think I was going to cry, and I cried.
Tabitha, I love you putting them on the spot there. Chloe and Chris, are you guys going up?
Keeping up with the Kardashians in space. We're waiting for it. That's the all lady launch. Well, thank you so much, Tabitha, for that. And you could see that, you can hear that, you can hear from Tabitha. Even she is emotional and has tears in her eyes. When you're down here for one of these launches, and Carissa, when we get her back on the line, I'd love to hear her thoughts on this. The intensity and the energy and the emotion out here, even though you're in this remote place, but it all gathers here in this valley, and it's really intense. No matter how many times I've seen all 31 of our launches, it gets me every time.
Well, anytime somebody says, I don't get it, what's so exciting about space? Come to a launch. Come see a launch in person, and then you'll change your mind. And, I'm just, as we await the moment where these astronauts emerge from the capsule, I'm reminded of what William Shatner said on his mission. He said, "What you have given me is the most profound experience I can imagine. I hope I never recover from this." And I love that. I hope I never recover from what I just experienced. And one of the neat things about this is these women were not in space for several days where they had time to get acclimated to it. They only got 4 precious minutes of weightlessness. And so that high, that feeling of, ooh, I want more of whatever that was, is still so fresh. And you really get to see that when they step out of the capsule.
We catch our astronauts. I mean, their minds are still in the process of being blown when they come out of the capsule. And Carissa is going to capture those moments for us shortly here after we get our recovery crew. You see there some of the friends and family have already started lining up there, while the recovery crew, you've seen some images. As I mentioned, they're safing some of the systems on the capsule. We want to release all of the excess air and gas that created that nice air cushion. We'll remove the parachutes, make sure nothing gets tripped up. Also, we reuse those parachutes. And then crew member 7 will take the stairs up to the hatch. It's like a good 3.5-ish feet off the ground, so it just makes the getting out of the capsule that much more comfortable. Crew member 7, last but not least, crew member 7 will open the hatch, and we'll get to see one by one as these lady astronauts now exit the capsule.
And a lot of people are probably familiar with seeing, NASA astronauts or Russian cosmonauts emerge from a spacecraft after a long-duration flight on stretchers or, glorified. They need some assistance because they've been exposed to zero-G for so long. Not these astronauts. They're not going to need any assistance. That's one of the beauties of a suborbital spaceflight. You feel great. You don't have to deal with space sickness, right? Exactly. And that's, to that point, this flight, because you're basically going straight up and then over the Kármán line and straight back down. Some astronauts, I think you had mentioned your mother may have experienced a little sickness up there. You don't in this one because it's just once up and once down. And you get that nice zero-G floating sensation and you buckle back in. You don't have it's not as extreme. So do you have an astronaut that you're looking forward to hearing from the most? It's really hard to pick. Yeah. I have to say I'm a huge Katy Perry fan, so I'd love to see what her feelings are. Also, as a mother, our kids are close in age. What does that feel when you have young children? You saw her get so emotional in her pre-flight interview. Is that still the weighing emotion, or is she still just, oh my God, I saw the stars, I saw the curvature of the Earth? What's going to come out of her mouth, but really her heart? Is that Jeff Bezos out there right by the capsule? Kind of hard to see. That is correct. That is Jeff Bezos, our founder, on the left, as well as Sarah Knights, our crew member 7. And I just want to thank our viewers for joining us. NS-31, New Shepard's 31st mission to space, our 11th human space flight. From all parts of this flight, for the booster, for the capsule, for our astronauts, a completely successful flight, one of the smoothest flights we've had so far. And we're now just awaiting the opening of the hatch so we can get some views from our 6 new astronauts.
Phelps.
And I would imagine Lauren Sanchez in seat 1 will be coming out first.
That is correct. They'll go. She's in seat 1, which is next to the left. The left window there. She will go first. And then last in number 6 is Kerianne. That is the window on the right.
Side canyon.
You see those vans arriving. Those are friends and family.
And that's Kerianne looking out the window, in the window to the right there. Lauren Sanchez on the left. And you really get a sense for just how big these windows are. I mean, when you're inside this capsule, it's almost as though you're getting a full 360 panoramic view. One of the cool features of this capsule, the largest windows of any spacecraft.
So over a third of the surface area of this craft is windows. And that's on purpose. there were many meetings with our founder, Jeff Bezos, where our engineers brought him some windows. He said, nope, make them bigger. They come back, they said, nope, that's nice, but make them bigger. And what you get here, why is that so important? So many of our astronauts have said, when I got out of my seat, I looked outside my window, and I turned around and I looked at the other 5 windows, and my brain created a panoramic view, a panoramic photo of it, because so much of the capsule is windows, and it makes for just an incredible experience.
Sarah.
Good? Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Here goes Jeff Bezos to open the hatch.
She didn't really close it again. Come on out, guys.
Yeah, of
Let's see your babies.
Where are my babies?
They're over here. Go see them.
Where? Oh, we have to go
Right
there.
there.
Okay.
Katie!
Woo! Thank you. Thank you. Amanda!
Aisha!
Oh my gosh!
Gayle!
I just have to have a moment with the ground. Let me just appreciate the ground for just a second. Thank you, Jesus. Oh my God. That was amazing.
Gayle.
It was amazing.
I'm so proud. So proud of you.
Oh my God.
Amazing. I'm so proud of you.
Kerianne, we got your people over here.
Come right around the bushes here.
Woo! Come on. I can't hear
I have no, it's not working. So someone just tell me when we're on. Does anyone have our F?
All right, and you just saw it there. All 6 astronauts coming out, all ecstatic. Katy Perry and Gayle King both kissing the earth. Very happy to be back down here, but clearly ecstatic. I don't know about you, Kristen, but my favorite was Lauren coming out and saying, "Where are my babies?"
And I also loved Katy Perry holding a daisy, I believe, and holding the daisy up to the sky after her daughter Daisy. Sweet moment.
With that, let's turn it over to Krista Thompson standing by outside the capsule.
I don't really have words for it.
Oh my God, Lauren, I want to cry just seeing you.
I'm so proud of this crew. Like, I mean, Gayle, we were just talking in the capsule, doesn't even have ear piercings. She's so afraid to do anything. And she got in that capsule, and I think, like, it profoundly changed her. I mean, for me, I can't put it into words, but, like, I looked out the window, and we got to see the moon.
And it was pink. Was it pink?
Full moon. It wasn't pink, but it was almost full. And Earth looked it was so quiet. It was just quiet. And
is it what you expected?
No.
Better.
Yeah. I don't think you can describe it. Because, what I was saying, it was like quiet, but then also really alive. And you look at it and you're like, we're all in this together. Like, that's all I could think about is like, we're so connected, more connected than you realize, because you just see right here, you see like, you know, states and all these things that like divide us, but we're not. And
what is your emotion? What makes you emotional?
Joy. Complete and utter joy and gratefulness. Like, it makes me want to come back and just hug everyone and be like, oh my God, we're in this together. Like, that's what this is. And
Jeff had told you that it will change you more than you know, and I know you're only a few minutes removed from the capsule, but I can tell already.
Emotional.
Yeah.
To be this I'm like, I don't cry that often. So I didn't expect to be this emotional, but it's also all the love that was in that capsule, and all the heart and the feelings and all the things, and like seeing Jeff before I left, I just went, oof, you know, I had to come back. I mean, we're getting married. If I didn't come back, that would be a bummer for me.
Only you, by the way, would say this to me. You said, Jeff, if you don't want to marry me, you don't have to send me to space.
Don't have to send me to space.
What an incredible experience for you. But the fact that when you're in there, we got to hear some of your audio, but give us some of those moments when you guys, just from the second you took off to the second you landed, describe, if you can, for us what we didn't get to hear.
It was a feeling of joy and camaraderie. It was a feeling of gratefulness. It was a feeling that we're doing this. And, you know, Alan Shepard, I told you about this, did this same exact flight. And he became the first American in space. And 6 women just did the same flight that he did.
Oh, I just want to keep hugging you.
It's really cool.
Yeah.
And I hope that more people get to see this, because I feel, I don't even know how much it's going to change me. And I want to thank the Blue team. I mean, look at them. I mean, they work so hard to make sure this vehicle gets up and safe. And
I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you. It's one thing to say you're going to do it. It's another thing to actually do it. And I know there's a phrase in your family that life takes off on the other side of fear. And here you are, just having landed back on Earth. And now you are officially, Lauren Sanchez, already adding to your extensive resume, you are an astronaut. Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm very excited. I'm excited to share it with the world, and I'm so grateful to everyone here.
I love you. Go be with your family. But
to process and download what just happened to me.
Well, get on in here, Amanda. Someone that can now articulate exactly how Lauren is feeling. Lauren being so candid about overcome with emotion. How are you feeling? I know, Amanda, this has been a dream of yours, a long-awaited dream, and now it is finally official. You are an astronaut. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. You know, I usually have nice words to say, but in this moment, I just want all survivors to know that you can heal. No dream is too wild, and that if it's so wild out there, like going to space, you can absolutely make it through, and it can absolutely be possible.
You mentioned to us prior to going up, you said that you needed to go to space to heal. I know you're only a few minutes removed from this incredible experience. Do you feel healed?
You know, I had a zero-G indicator that I didn't know if I would bring, and I ended up bringing it.
Okay. And explain for the folks at home that don't know what that means, what it is that you're holding.
Yes, the zero-G indicator is something all astronauts have that floats once you hit space, lets you know you're there. I brought a promise that I wrote to myself. I've talked about that.
And share for what is this right here?
Yes, and this one I didn't know if I would bring, but I ended up bringing it and floating it, and it's the hospital van from the day. And, I got to honor her today, and I'm so grateful to the thousands of people, the engineers, the scientists, just everyone who has made this a reality.
And you also have written here, I know that you had this on your laptop, right?
Yes, that's right. And this is my zero-G indicator, a promise I made to myself that if I were to pause my astronaut dreams and fight that one day I would return to her.
And it says, never, never give up. Well, those dreams are no longer on hold. You are finally an astronaut. Congratulations. Enjoy this moment with your family, and thank you for sharing it with us. Thank you, Amanda. Kerianne, you said to me yesterday, you said, when I get out of that capsule, I'm going to be an emotional wreck. And I think what I will just say, for anyone that has never had the great privilege of being here, this is my first time at a launch, and it is very emotional. Describe, if you can, how you're feeling.
I have almost no words. It was the most incredible experience of my life to be up there and see like such vast darkness in space and look down on our planet. The moon was so beautiful, and that was like, I felt like that was a special gift just for me. I'm so sorry.
No, don't apologize. Are you kidding? You just went to space. You just went to space. This is it.
Like knowing that everyone I loved was standing down there looking back up at me, and I just hope that these types of experiences, clear a path for everyone to be able to do that.
You told us a beautiful story about your son when you told him you were going to go to space, and that, get over here so I can hold you, and that he went back to school and he was all excited to tell his friends that his mom was going to space, and they said, your mom can't go to space.
Moms don't go to space.
Well, guess what? This mom just went to space. Congratulations. You are officially an astronaut. And I know you're wearing a very special necklace from an incredible group of people that you hold near and dear to your heart. What would you like to say to them watching?
I'm wearing a few necklaces today. My dear friends threw me a blast-off party and gave me this feather, which obviously represents the Blue Origin logo, and it felt so special to have it close to my heart and in space with me, and I feel like it helped me take all of them with me on this journey.
Yes. Well, I will let you go enjoy this historic moment with your family, and thank you for sharing it with us. Congratulations. You're an astronaut. Gayle, get on over. I'm still
floating. I can't believe it. I cannot believe it.
I'm so proud of you. And I know that I speak for the collective, because you have been so honest. You've been so vulnerable. And I spoke to your best friend prior to you taking off, and I asked her why it was so important for you to do this. And she said, she said, so she didn't have to hear you say, I wish I would have done that.
That's so true.
But now, Gayle King, you are officially an astronaut. How do you feel?
I still can't accept that word, but I will say I can't even believe what I saw. When somebody calls this a ride, this was not a ride. What happened to us was not a ride. This was a bona fide friggin' flight. And our instructor, we were so well prepared. So every noise we heard, we knew. But the flight instructor said that I am her best success story. Why? Because she's never had somebody go through the course who's terrified of flying. Everybody who's gone through the course is somebody that it's been a lifelong dream. They wanted to do it. So she said, I'm her best success story. I'm so proud of me right now. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe it.
I was just going to say, prior to the launch, you said that you would be so proud of yourself if you went through with this. Yes. And you did. What was the best part, Gayle?
It's oddly quiet when you get up there. It's really quiet and peaceful. And you look down at the planet and you think, that's where we came from? And to me, it's such a reminder about how we need to do better, be better. Do better, be better human beings.
And what do you mean by that?
Processing. Well, it's so nasty and so vitriolic nowadays. And I mean, if everybody could experience that peace that we had up there and the kindness and what it takes to do what we did, all the people that it took to get us up there and get us back safely, I'll never, ever, ever forget. And when we were up there, have you talked to Katy yet?
I have not.
Okay,
no.
When we were up there, after zero G is very difficult. You know, all the training about this is how you get in the chair and this. I look like a friggin' moose getting in the chair. It was like, just let me get in the chair. Let me get the seatbelt on. But, you know, we had a very do this.
How would you describe it?
It's very difficult because you're floating. But the best part was when we got back in our seats after zero G's, Katy sang "What a Wonderful World."
She did?
Isn't that nice?
Oh, come on.
She sang "What a Wonderful World." I see dreams. Oh, yes.
Oh.
Because we'd been asking her to sing all the time, and she wouldn't. And then, because everybody said, sing roar, sing fireworks. And she said, it's not about me. I wanted to talk about the world.
Wow.
I know, isn't that nice? You got to ask her about that.
That's really special. And when Lauren got out, she was overcome by emotion for a lot of reasons, and rightfully so. But she spoke to the group and how close you guys have all become because of this experience. How would you describe the camaraderie that you guys now have together?
I would say that we are forever bonded, because you can't go through what we went through to look out for each other, to help each other, and not be changed by that. You know, it really is a true, people throw the word around, but it really is a true sisterhood. Mm-hmm. But it speaks to how we were set up for success. The training was so, I can't stress this enough. The training was so friggin' good. We were set up for success. And it went exactly as they told us it was going to. Mm-hmm. Every boom that you heard, the drones, the drogues coming out, the parachutes coming out, it went exactly as they said.
Are you glad you did it?
I am glad I did it. Yeah. I am glad I did it. Yeah. I am very glad. I have no regrets about doing it.
What would you say to people watching right now that are scared, that are fearful of anything? What would you say to them?
Well, I just said I'm stepping way out of my comfort zone, because this is so not like me. I said up there, I might now get my ears pierced. I've always been afraid.
Which is great. I love that you've never had your ears pierced.
No, even Hootie at the training center, you don't have your ears pierced? I go, because it hurts.
Oh, my gosh.
But I mean, for people that are afraid, Eleanor Roosevelt once said, courage is doing something that scares you, but you do it anyway. And I stepped out of my comfort zone in a way that I never thought was possible for me. Mm-hmm. And now that I've done it, I really do feel I can take on anything. Anything.
Congratulations, Gayle King. You are an astronaut.
Thank you, Chris.
I am so excited for you. I'm so excited for you. And I'm going to go with you to get your ears pierced, because I want to get another hole right here. Go enjoy this with your family. Thank you so, so much. Aisha, oh my goodness. Congratulations. Congratulations. You are officially an astronaut. How do you feel? Also, how do you look perfect after just going to space? I mean, my goodness.
I will never be the same. I mean, when you get up there and you see the Earth, and it's so beautiful, and it just fills the screen, and it's not just your window. It's like everybody's window, and there's no boundaries, there's no border. There's just Earth. It's incredible.
You know, Gayle is so honest that this wasn't her dream, but this was a dream of yours. How do you feel now that you just achieved it?
Like I picked the right dream. And when we landed, I said, Exuma, I'm good, Blue Calm, but I'm ready to go back.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
What was the best part for you?
The best part for me, actually the whole thing. But we got in and we counted down from 10. And then I started to hear some singing. And when we lifted off, everybody, you could just feel the energy in the capsule. And when we got up there and we got out of our seats, we all just looked at each other. And there was this moment, and I can't wait for people to see it on the video, but there was a very special moment between all of us. And it's just beautiful. It's so beautiful.
Yes. Where is your grandfather? Your 92-year-old grandfather, who I know you were so excited to bring. What did he say to you when you got out of this capsule and got to see him for the first time?
He said, I was really worried for you, but then Oprah squeezed me.
Oprah has a way of making us all feel just a little bit more at home and a little bit calmer. I know your father is watching down on you, and he is your angel. What do you think he's thinking right now in heaven?
I think he was like, woo! To have the opportunity to have flown his star in my flight bag and to have a perspective that very few people get to have of Earth, I just feel a renewed connection to everything in life and where we are, and I can't wait to go back out there and pour what I've learned into the world.
You have given so much to so many, and I know there are a lot of people watching right now, some young boys and some young girls that are inspired constantly by you. What would you like to say to them?
Dream it, plan it, and go and do it. I never really thought I could go to space, although I really wanted to go. And today just confirmed that dreams are real, and sometimes reality is wrong.
Your dreams just came true. Congratulations. Go enjoy this with your family. Thank you for sharing your experience with us. Katy.
Of the group.
No, you're not the crier of the group.
Feeler of the group.
No, you are not.
I'm crier.
I'm going to tell you something right now. You are officially an astronaut.
Thank you so much.
How do you feel?
I feel super connected to love.
so connected to love. I think this experience has shown me you never know how much love is inside of you, like how much love you have to give, and how loved you are until the day you launch.
We had these incredible shots of Daisy watching you as the rocket, it'll make me cry, as the rocket's going up, and she was so proud. Just kept saying, Mommy, Mommy. And I know you'll feel the same way when you watch it. And you brought a real life Daisy up.
That's
it was
right.
important for you, not only because it's your daughter's name, but why else was that important to bring it?
Daisies are common flowers, but they grow through any condition. They go through cement, they go through cracks, they go through walls. They are resilient. They are powerful, they are strong, they are everywhere. Flowers are, to me, God's smile, but it's also a reminder of our beautiful earth and the flowers here and God's smile and the beautiful magic that is everywhere, all around us, and even in a simple daisy. So to really appreciate it and remember it and take care of it and protect it.
Gayle shared with us the song that you sang when you got up there. What a wonderful world. Why was that important to sing that particular song?
I've covered that song in the past, and obviously, like, my higher self is always steering the ship, because I had no clue that one day I would decide to sing a little bit of that in space. But I think that it's not about me. It's not about singing my songs. It's about a collective energy in there. It's about us. It's about making space for future women and taking up space and belonging. And it's about this wonderful world that we see right out there and appreciating it. This is all for the benefit of Earth.
You have done so many incredible things in your life, selling millions of records, selling out stadiums. Where does this experience rate for you?
This experience is second to being a mom.
Wow.
Yeah, that's it. That's why it was hard for me to go, because that's all my love right there. And I have to surrender and trust that the universe is going to take care of me and protect me, and also my family and my daughter. Because, like, I am full up from being able to get that gift of being a mom. And to go to space is incredible. And I wanted to model courage,
On 1,100 acres in the middle of the Arizona desert, only one set of buildings rises above the horizon as far as the eye can see.
We started construction well before the CHIPS Act came along, and that's in April of 21.
This recently completed 3.5 million square foot building is Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company's first Arizona chip fabrication plant, or fab, making history not only for its enormous size, but because it's by far the most advanced chip fab on U.S. soil.
So pilot production has started in this building. When we were here 3 years ago, it was steel beams and dirt. What kind of investment has it taken to get to this point?
About $20 billion.
When we first visited, TSMC was far from a household name, but the chip shortage and AI boom has thrust it into the spotlight. TSMC manufactures some 92% of the world's most advanced chips, in everything from NVIDIA GPUs to Apple iPhones. And now, for the first time in history, TSMC is starting to make those advanced chips here in the US. Customers like Apple are starting to make their chips here, with 2 more fabs planned by the end of the decade.
The facility over here is our Fab 2. You can see the steel has been completed.
But bringing advanced chip manufacturing to the US has proven difficult. Volume production, supposed to begin this year, is delayed until 2025. The Commerce Department recently hit TSMC with new shipping bans after its chips ended up in Huawei devices despite export controls. And incoming President Donald Trump stirred up fears when he expressed opposition to the CHIPS Act during his campaign. TSMC is getting $6.6 billion from the bill.
The CHIPS Act was bipartisan. It had huge Republican support when it passed. Right now, we buy every single AI chip from one company in Taiwan. That makes America less safe. And so repealing the CHIPS Act would make Americans less safe. I just don't think they'll do that.
CNBC visited Northern Phoenix for an exclusive first look at TSMC's first completed fab and asked its top executives exactly what's in store for U.S. manufacturing under an incoming Trump administration and ever-mounting need for advanced chips. Inside the huge new fab just completed in Arizona, there's enough concrete to make 10 Empire State Buildings, over 15 million feet of cable and wire that could stretch from New York City to Los Angeles, and steel that weighs as much as 970 Boeing 777s. Now pilot production is officially underway.
Running actual product through to make sure that the entire line works end to end. And then you use those wafers to sample the customer so that they can decide if we've met their standards.
Now chairman of TSMC Arizona, Rick Cassidy has been with the company 27 years.
And how close are we to full production in this building?
Very close.
But according to TSMC's initial timeline, full production should already be happening.
Getting the right talent, and of course doing so during a pandemic when there was shortages. You couldn't build a house, let alone build a chip foundry.
It gives you some idea for like what is required to build like massive scale in this industry. Like it's not a game for sissies. Like it's hard. And it's expensive.
When we came to the U.S., we knew we were going to go through a learning process. And I want to tell you, no surprise, we had a lot of learning that we went, whether it was permitting, learning how to work with the trades, learning how to work with the unions, local labor laws, lots of learnings that went on. Now we've overcome those, but maybe the biggest challenge that we had was MEP, mechanical, electrical, and plumbing.
The fab is filled with billions of dollars of machinery operating at the very edge of what's scientifically possible, like these bus-sized EUV machines made by a single company, ASML, the only machines in the world able to perform the extreme ultraviolet lithography necessary for etching minuscule designs on the most advanced chips.
So these are $250 million tools. In order to hook one up, requires something over 2,000 electrical connections, over 2 kilometers of cabling, 100,000 parts, 40,000 bolts. We're talking about massive. So learning how to overcome that challenge was something that was good for TSMC, good for the trades, good for Phoenix, good for the US. And yes, we're dang near back on the original schedule.
So far, TSMC has 2,000 people working around the clock to run the operation. Cassidy showed us the gowning building where workers suit up in ultra-sterile bunny suits before crossing a sky bridge into the new fab.
Dust particles are the bane of wafer fabrication. If it lands on a wafer, it'll kill a die.
And what kind of yield are you anticipating to get out of Fab 1?
You know, yields vary, but we intend to be right on par with our Taiwan compatriots.
The yield, what percentage of chips coming out of the fab are usable, depends on that sterile environment and precision of the machines. But even with great yields, the biggest volume of chips will still come out of Taiwan for years to come, so the US is far from self-reliant.
It's difficult or impossible for the US or any country to be fully self-sufficient in everything that they need to build semiconductors. I think that's a pipe dream.
And although the first fab was originally slated to make 5 nanometer, it's now on track to pump out even more advanced 4 nanometer chips at a rate of at least 20,000 wafers per month. Wafers that cost upwards of $18,000 and continue to rise in price, taking TSMC's stock value with it over the past couple years.
So we've seen TSMC been able to kind of name its price, and everyone's going to pay it, because right now it's the dependability and the quality that is needed.
Despite being the birthplace of microchips in the 1950s and remaining a top chip design hub, the US now manufactures only 10% of the world's chips and none of the most advanced ones. When supply chain chaos collided with booming demand for consumer electronics during the pandemic, the resulting chip shortage exposed the big risks of relying on outsiders for such critical technology.
How important is it for supply to come from elsewhere than just Taiwan?
I think the pandemic is probably a good example that highlighted supply chain diversification requirements. And customers want us in the US, they want us in Japan, they want us in Europe.
Talks with TSMC about bringing advanced production to the US actually began in 2018 under President Trump's first term and his then Commerce Secretary Wilbur Ross.
Well, it began with Select USA, which is an annual event that the Commerce Department puts on to encourage U.S. investment by foreign companies. TSMC came to that session.
TSMC has actually been manufacturing in the U.S. since 1998 at an older generation chip fab in Washington State, where Cassidy says TSMC is currently investing to upgrade and expand. But Ross says some major customers wanted advanced chips made on U.S. soil.
I've set up a phone call between the chairman of TSMC and the head of Apple, where Apple became very strongly supportive of the idea of TSMC coming.
By 2020, TSMC announced its Arizona plans, then broke ground there in April 2021.
And now you've got, atrium and building, and you'll be seeing all of the fab in the back.
26-year company veteran Rose Castaneris is the newly appointed president of TSMC Arizona.
It was one of my customers that had first requested that TSMC build a fab in the United States. They wanted supply resilience.
The world's massive reliance on TSMC's fabs in Taiwan has made the global chip supply vulnerable to risks of the region.
We can't be sure that we can make enough chips here in the US in the event of, say, some sort of aggression between China and Taiwan, some sort of, even earthquakes and events that take down that particular island for a period of time. The entire market, the entire world could suffer from lack of availability of leading edge nodes.
A deadly 7.4 magnitude earthquake in April briefly halted production and led to a $92 million loss for TSMC.
We're used to earthquakes. We are well prepared for earthquakes. We build for earthquakes. We've overbuilt this structure because we use the same designs as in Taiwan.
Relying on chips from Asia has also kept the U.S. from full control over its position in the constant race for technological dominance.
Being the global technology leader in AI is the most important thing to preserve over the next 2 decades for economic prosperity.
That's why President Biden has hit the chip industry with export controls meant to keep China from pulling ahead with advanced tech. But in October, TSMC alerted the U.S. that some of its chips were spotted in Huawei devices, despite bans on selling to the Chinese company.
This problem is as old as time. There's a lot of complex rerouting of goods to different countries that have limited access to leading edge or the most advanced technology. But of course, TSMC, big, successful company, supposed to be a good partner to the U.S., it is seen as extra problematic that happened, and of course that's going to be monitored very carefully.
We stopped shipment right on schedule. We're very law-abiding.
Just down the road, in Chandler, Arizona, another chip giant, Intel, is also building 2 huge new fabs. The U.S. company's business model is far different, designing and manufacturing its own chips, while TSMC is what's known as a pure-play foundry, only manufacturing chips for others. Cassidy says the relationship between the two is solid.
We meet with them weekly, and the feedback is we're helping them increase their ranks, we're helping them train on the most advanced stuff, so I think they're pretty happy with what we're doing.
Both companies have delayed the timelines for full production at their new Arizona fabs. But where TSMC has remained the uncontested leader in advanced chips, Intel has stumbled time and again.
They're in a tough spot, you know, and I don't want to see Intel go under. Like, we need Intel.
Intel is the largest recipient of funds from the $52 billion CHIPS Act signed by President Biden in 2022, meant to offset the incredible cost of building a fab to make chips in the U.S. TSMC has said the cost of U.S. construction could be at least 4 times what it would cost in Taiwan. Once complete, TSMC estimates all 3 fabs will cost $65 billion.
If you take a look at the State Farm Glendale Stadium, that was roughly about $500 million. That $65 billion that we're committed to do on this site for 3 fabs means 130 Glendale stadiums. And that's a huge number.
In November, after some complaints over delays, the Commerce Department finalized $7.9 billion for Intel, and days before, $6.6 billion for TSMC.
So their deal is done, completed. They're expanding hugely in Arizona. It's incredibly exciting.
The race to complete the CHIPS Act deals has sped up in the weeks since the election. Trump criticized the CHIPS Act as so bad in October, suggesting tariffs could be the answer instead.
If there are tariffs, that will affect our customers, consumers, and the broader economy. And we're at the foundational part of that economy where we are building chips that power data centers and computers and phones. So in that respect, everyone will be affected, as well as TSMC.
While federal funds start getting doled out to TSMC, Intel, and other recipients like Samsung, Micron, Global Foundries, and Texas Instruments, they'll also be competing for another scarce resource in the U.S. chip industry: workers.
When we finished the construction of this fab, it was really the first advanced manufacturing fab that had been built in the United States for at least 10 years. And semiconductors is a very, very tough technology. You have to build upon what you learned in the previous node. And so once you stop with one particular node, you don't have the learnings to continue. The experience is just not here in the United States.
So TSMC sent some 600 engineers to train in Taiwan, like Jeff Potts, who left in 2021 for an 18-month stint there.
At the time, there was no facility in Arizona, and the purpose was to go and actually make things, right, and learn how they're made. So you have to have a kitchen to cook, like to physically touch the $200 million piece of equipment. Like, you can't do that anywhere other than at the fab in Taiwan.
Now, Potts has had the chance to see the EUV machines inside the new fab in Arizona, too.
I went in once very recently, and I think the 3 to 6 month gap of when I was on the construction team to where we are now, I think was astounding. It's like, oh, it looks like it did in Taiwan.
TSMC plans to hire at least 6,000 workers by the time all 3 fabs are complete at the end of the decade.
For engineers, we are actively recruiting at universities in Arizona and all across the U.S. ASU even has what they call a TSMC Day.
TSMC has also brought experts over from Taiwan on 3-year temporary assignments.
Getting to meet like 20, 30-year-old industry veterans that brought us down from micron scale to nanometer scale and get to have conversations with them about how we were going to do that in the US, we've brought that to Arizona. The biggest culture difference is Hawaiian Shirt Fridays. So we don't have that in Taiwan. Arizona we have.
Water scarcity, meanwhile, is something Taiwan and Arizona have shared. A recent drought in Taiwan means TSMC is no stranger to recycling the massive amount of water it needs to make chips. TSMC says it will take 4.7 million gallons of water daily to run the first Arizona fab, but it'll bring that demand down to 1 million gallons a day by recycling some 65% of that.
We are working on an IRWC, an Industrial Reclamation Water Center. When we get that in place, we will have near zero discharge to waste, which means Basically, the only water we'll lose is through evaporation.
Another concern, the massive amount of power it takes to make chips. TSMC did build solar on site, but it's not nearly enough to cover the 2.85 gigawatt hours per day needed by the first fab, equivalent to the power used by roughly 100,000 US homes. TSMC says it's purchasing renewable energy credits to offset all that. Still, amid the AI-fueled data center boom, Arizona's largest utility warned it could run out of transmission capacity before the end of the decade. That's also when TSMC plans to start production at its third Arizona fab.
Fab 3, which you can't see, but it's down this way, is probably going to be 2 nanometer and more advanced.
The most advanced in the world.
Most advanced in the world.
Its global ambitions also reach far beyond Arizona. TSMC opened its first fab in Japan in February, broke ground on an $11 billion fab in Germany in August, and has been in talks about building in the United Arab Emirates, although nothing is concrete as TSMC navigates export controls on its chips into China, a UAE trading partner. Within the US, TSMC's plans are likely to grow too.
What about other fabs in the future? There's space, right?
Well, there's space for more. I don't want to speculate on what the future might bring, but we've got 1,100 acres here plus, so there's room for lots of fabs.
China's latest AI breakthrough has leapfrogged the world.
I think we should take the development out of China very, very seriously.
A game-changing move that does not come from OpenAI, Google, or Meta.
There is a new model that has all of the valley buzzing.
But from a Chinese lab called DeepSeek.
It's opened a lot of eyes of what is actually happening in AI in China.
What took Google and OpenAI years and hundreds of millions of dollars to build, DeepSeek says took it just 2 months and less than $6 million.
They have the best open source model, and all the American developers are building on that.
I'm Deirdre Bosa with the Tech Check Take, China's AI breakthrough. It was a technological leap that shocked Silicon Valley. A newly unveiled, free, open source AI model that beat some of the most powerful ones on the market. But it wasn't a new launch from OpenAI or model announcement from Anthropic. This one was built in the East by a Chinese research lab called DeepSeek. And the details behind its development stunned top AI researchers here in the US. First, the cost. The AI lab reportedly spent just $5.6 million to build DeepSeek version 3. Compare that to OpenAI, which is spending $5 billion a year. And Google, which expects capital expenditures in 2024 to soar to over $50 billion. And then there's Microsoft that shelled out more than $13 billion just to invest in OpenAI. But even more stunning, how DeepSeek's scrappier model was able to outperform the lavishly funded American ones.
To see the DeepSeek new model, it's super impressive in terms of both how they have really effectively done an open source model that does what is this inference time compute, and it's super compute efficient.
It beat Meta's Llama, OpenAI's GPT-4o, and Anthropic's Claude Sonnet 3.5 on accuracy on wide-ranging tests, a subset of 500 math problems, an AI math evaluation, coding competitions, and a test of spotting and fixing bugs in code. Quickly following that up with a new reasoning model called R1, which just as easily outperformed OpenAI's cutting-edge O1 in some of those third-party tests.
Today, we released Humanity's Last Exam, which is a new evaluation or benchmark of AI models that we produced by getting, math, physics, biology, chemistry professors to provide the hardest questions they could possibly imagine. DeepSeek, which is the leading Chinese AI lab, their model is actually the top performing, or roughly on par with the best American models.
They accomplished all that despite the strict semiconductor restrictions that the US government has imposed on China, which has essentially shackled them out of computing power. Washington has drawn a hard line against China in the AI race, cutting the country off from receiving America's most powerful chips like NVIDIA's H100 GPUs. Those were once thought to be essential to building a competitive AI model, with startups and big tech firms alike scrambling to get their hands on any available. But DeepSeek turned that on its head, sidestepping the rules by using NVIDIA's less performant H800s to build the latest model and showing that the chip export controls were not the chokehold DC intended.
They were able to take whatever hardware they were trained on, but use it way more efficiently.
But just who's behind DeepSeek anyway? Despite its breakthrough, very, very little is known about its lab and its founder, Liang Wenfeng. According to Chinese media reports, DeepSeek was born out of a Chinese hedge fund called High Flyer Quant that manages about $8 billion in assets. The mission on its developer site, it reads simply, unravel the mystery of AGI with curiosity. Answer the essential question with long-termism. The leading American AI startups, meanwhile, OpenAI and Anthropic, they have detailed charters and constitutions that lay out their principles and their founding missions, lengthy sections on AI safety and responsibility. Despite several attempts to reach someone at DeepSeek, we never got a response.
How did they actually assemble this talent? How did they assemble all the hardware? How did they assemble the data to do all this? We don't know. And it's never been publicized, and hopefully we can learn that.
But the mystery brings into sharp relief just how urgent and complex the AI face-off against China has become. Because it's not just DeepSeek. Other, more well-known Chinese AI models have carved out positions in the race with limited resources as well. Kai-Fu Lee, he's one of the leading AI researchers in China, formerly leading Google's operations there. Now his startup, 01.ai, it's attracting attention, becoming a unicorn just 8 months after founding and bringing in almost $14 million in revenue in 2024.
The thing that shocks my friends in the Silicon Valley is not just our performance, but that we trained the model with only $3 million. And GPT-4 was trained by 80 to 100 million.
Trained with just $3 million. Alibaba's Nguyen, meanwhile, cut costs by as much as 85% on its large language models in a bid to attract more developers and signaling that the race is on. China's breakthrough undermines the lead that our AI labs were once thought to have. In early 2024, former Google CEO Eric Schmidt, he predicted China was 2 to 3 years behind the US in AI. But now, Schmidt is singing a different tune. Here he is on ABC's This Week.
Well, I used to think we were a couple of years ahead of China, but China has caught up in the last 6 months in a way that is remarkable. The fact of the matter is that a couple of the Chinese programs, one, for example, is called DeepSeek, looks like they've caught up.
It raises major questions about just how wide OpenAI's moat really is. Back when OpenAI released ChatGPT to the world in November of 2022, it was unprecedented and uncontested. Now the company faces not only the international competition from Chinese models, but fierce domestic competition from Google's Gemini, Anthropic's Claude, and Meta's open source Llama model. And now the game has changed. The widespread availability of powerful open source models allows developers to skip the demanding, capital-intensive steps of building and training models themselves. Now they can build on top of existing models, making it significantly easier to jump to the frontier, that is, the front of the race, with a smaller budget and a smaller team.
In the last 2 weeks, AI research teams have really opened their eyes and have become way more ambitious on what's possible with a lot less capital. Right. So previously, to get to the frontier, you would have to think about hundreds of millions of dollars of investment and perhaps $1 billion of investment. What DeepSeek has now done here in Silicon Valley is it's opened our eyes to what you can actually accomplish with 10, 15, 20, $30 million.
It also means any company like OpenAI that claims the frontier today could lose it tomorrow. That's how DeepSeek was able to catch up so quickly. It started building on the existing frontier of AI, its approach focusing on iterating on existing technology rather than reinventing the wheel.
They can take a really good big model and use a process called distillation. And what distillation is basically you use a very large model to help your small model get smart at the thing that you want it to get smart at. And that's actually very cost efficient.
It closed the gap by using available data sets, applying innovative tweaks, and leveraging existing models. So much so that DeepSeek's model has run into an identity crisis. It's convinced that it's ChatGPT. When you ask it directly, what model are you? DeepSeek responds, I'm an AI language model created by OpenAI, specifically based on the GPT-4 architecture, leading OpenAI CEO Sam Altman to post in a thinly veiled shot at DeepSeek just days after the model was released. It's relatively easy to copy something that you know works. It's extremely hard to do something new, risky, and difficult when you don't know if it will work. But that's not exactly what DeepSeek did. It emulated GPT by leveraging OpenAI's existing outputs and architecture principles while quietly introducing its own enhancements, really blurring the line between itself and ChatGPT. It all puts pressure on a closed source leader like OpenAI to justify its costlier model as more and potentially nimbler competitors emerge.
Everybody copies everybody in this field. You can say Google did the transformer first. It's not OpenAI, and OpenAI just copied it. Google built the first large language models. They didn't productize it, but OpenAI did it in a productized way. So you can say all this in many ways. It doesn't matter.
So if everyone is copying one another, it raises the question, is massive spend on individual LLMs even a good investment anymore? Now, no one has as much at stake as OpenAI. The startup raised over $6 billion in its last funding round alone. But the company has yet to turn a profit. And with its core business centered on building the models, it's much more exposed than companies like Google and Amazon, who have cloud and ad businesses bankrolling their spend. For OpenAI, reasoning will be key. A model that thinks before it generates a response, going beyond pattern recognition to analyze, draw logical conclusions, and solve really complex problems. For now, the startup's O1 reasoning model, it's still cutting edge. But for how long?
Researchers at Berkeley showed that they could build a reasoning model for $450 just last week. So you can actually create these models that do thinking for much, much less. You don't need those huge amounts to pre-train the model. So I think the game is shifting.
It means that staying on top may require as much creativity as capital. DeepSeek's breakthrough also comes at a very tricky time for the AI darling, just as OpenAI is moving to a for-profit model and facing unprecedented brain drain. Can it raise more money at ever higher valuations if the game is changing? As Shamath Palihapitiya puts it, let me say the quiet part out loud. AI model building is a money trap. Those chip restrictions from the US government, they were intended to slow down the race, to keep American tech on American ground, to stay ahead in the race.
What we want to do is we want to keep it in this country. China is a competitor and others are competitors.
So instead, the restrictions might have been just what China needed.
Necessity is the mother of invention. Because they had to go figure out workarounds, they actually ended up building something a lot more efficient.
It's really remarkable the amount of progress they've made with as little capital as it's taken them to make that progress.
It drove them to get creative, with huge implications. DeepSeek is an open source model, meaning that developers have full access and they can customize its weights or fine-tune it to their liking.
It's known that once open source is caught up or improved over closed source software, all developers migrate to that.
But key is that it's also inexpensive. The lower the cost, the more attractive it is for developers to adopt.
The bottom line is our inference cost is 10 cents per million tokens. And that's 1/30th of what the typical comparable model charges.
And where's it going?
The 10 cents would lead to building apps for much lower costs. So if you wanted to build a U.com or Perplexity or some other app, you can either pay OpenAI $4.40 per million tokens, or if you have our model, it costs you just 10 cents.
It could mean that the prevailing model in global AI may be open source. As organizations and nations come around to the idea that collaboration and decentralization, those things can drive innovation faster and more efficiently than proprietary closed ecosystems. A cheaper, more efficient, widely adopted open source model from China, that could lead to a major shift in dynamics.
That's more dangerous because then they get to own the mind share, the ecosystem.
In other words, the adoption of a Chinese open source model at scale, that could undermine US leadership while embedding China more deeply into the fabric of global tech infrastructure.
There's always like a point where open source can stop being open source too, right? So the licenses are very favorable today, but if
could close it.
Exactly. If over time, they can always change the license. So it's important that we actually have people here in America building, and that's why Meta is so important.
Another consequence of China's AI breakthrough is giving its Communist Party control of the narrative. AI models built in China, they're forced to adhere to a certain set of rules set by the state. They must embody core socialist values. Studies have shown that models created by Tencent and Alibaba, they will censor historical events like Tiananmen Square, deny human rights abuse, and filter criticism of Chinese political leaders.
That contest is about whether we're going to have democratic AI informed by democratic values built to serve democratic purposes, or we're going to end up with autocratic AI.
If developers really begin to adopt these models en masse because they're more efficient, that could have a serious ripple effect, trickle down to even consumer-facing AI applications, and influence how trustworthy those AI-generated responses from chatbots really are.
And there's really only two countries right now in the world that can build this at scale, and that is the US and China. And so, the consequences, the stakes in and around this are just enormous.
Enormous stakes, enormous consequences, and hanging in the balance, America's lead. For a topic so complex and new, we turn to an expert who's actually building in the space and model agnostic. Perplexity co-founder and CEO Arvind Srinivas, who you heard from throughout our piece, he sat down with me for more than 30 minutes to discuss DeepSeek and its implications, as well as Perplexity's roadmap. We think it's worth listening to that whole conversation, so here it is. So first, I want to know what the stakes are. Describe the AI race between China and the US and what's at stake.
Okay, so first of all, China has a lot of disadvantages in competing with the US. Number one is the fact that they don't get access to all the hardware that we have access to here. So they're kind of working with lower end GPUs than us. It's almost like working with the previous generation GPUs scrappily. And the fact that the bigger models tend to be more smarter naturally puts them at disadvantage. But the flip side of this is that necessity is the mother of invention. Because they had to go figure out workarounds, they actually ended up building something a lot more efficient. It's like saying, hey, look, you guys really got to get a top-notch model, and I'm not going to give you resources, and like figure out something, right? Unless it's mathematically possible to prove that it's impossible to do so, you can always try to come up with something more efficient. But that is likely to make them come up with a more efficient solution than America. And of course, they have open sourced it, so we can still adopt something like that here. But that kind of talent they're building to do that will become an edge for them over time, right? The leading open source model in America is Meta's Llama family. It's really good. It's kind of like a model that you can run on your computer. But even though it got pretty close to GPT-4 and Sonnet at the time of its release, the model that was closest in quality was the giant 405B, not the 70B that you could run on your computer. And so there was still not a small, cheap, fast, efficient open source model that rivaled the most powerful closed models from OpenAI and Anthropic. Nothing from America, nothing from Mistral AI either. And then these guys come out with like a crazy model that's like 10x cheaper in API pricing than GPT-4o and 15x cheaper than Sonnet, I believe. Really fast, 60 tokens per second, and pretty much equal or better in some benchmarks and worse in some others, but like roughly in that ballpark of 4.0's quality, and they did it all with like approximately just 2048 H800 GPUs, which is actually equivalent to like somewhere around 1500 or 1500 H100 GPUs. That's like 20 to 30x lower than the amount of GPUs that GPT-4 is usually trained on. They roughly $5 million in total compute budget. They did it with so little money and such an amazing model, gave it away for free, wrote a technical paper, and definitely it makes us all question like, okay, like if we have the equivalent of Doge for like model training, this is an example of that, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Efficiency is what you're getting at. So fraction of the price, fraction of the time, dumbed down GPUs essentially. What was your surprise when you understood what they had done?
So my surprise was that when I actually went through the technical paper, the amount of clever solutions they came up with, first of all, they train a mixture of experts model. It's not that easy to train. There's a lot of like, the main reason people find it difficult to catch up with OpenAI, especially in the MOE architecture, is that there's a lot of irregular loss spikes. The numerics are not stable. So often like you got to restart the training checkpoint again, and a lot of infrastructure needs to be built for that. And they came up with very clever solutions to balance that without adding additional hacks. And they also figured out floating point 8-bit training, at least for some of the numerics. And they cleverly figured out which has to be in higher precision, which has to be in lower precision. To my knowledge, I think floating point 8 training is not that well understood. I think most of the training in America is still running in FP16, maybe OpenAI, and some people are trying to explore that, but it's pretty difficult to get it right. So because necessity is a mother of invention, because they don't have that much memory, that many GPUs, they figured out a lot of numerical stability stuff that makes their training work. And they claimed in the paper that for majority of the training was stable, which means what? They can always rerun those training runs again and on more data or better data. And then it only trained for 60 days. So it's pretty amazing.
Safe to say you were surprised.
So I was definitely surprised. Usually the wisdom, or like, I wouldn't say wisdom, the myth is that Chinese are just good at copying. So if we stop writing research papers in America, if we stop describing the details of our infrastructure or architecture and stop open sourcing, they're not going to be able to catch up. But the reality is some of the details in DeepSeek V3 are so good that I wouldn't be surprised if Meta took a look at it and incorporated some of that in Llama 4. Them. Right? I wouldn't necessarily say copy. It's all like, sharing science, engineering. But the point is like, it's changing. Like, it's not like China is copycat. They're also innovating.
We don't know exactly the data that it was trained on, right? Yeah. Even though it's open source. We know some of the ways and things it was trained on, but not everything.
Correct.
And there's this idea that it was trained on public ChatGPT outputs, which would mean it just was copied, but you're saying it goes beyond that. There's real innovation in
this. Yeah, look, I mean, they've trained it on 14.8 trillion tokens. The internet has so much ChatGPT. If you actually go to any LinkedIn post or X post now, most of the comments are written by AI. You can just see it. Like, people are just trying to write. In fact, even within X, there's like a Grok tweet enhancer, or in LinkedIn there's a AI enhancer, or in Google Docs and Word, there are AI tools to like rewrite your stuff. So if you do something there and copy paste somewhere on the internet, it's naturally going to have some elements of a ChatGPT like training, right? And there's a lot of people who don't even bother to strip away that I'm a language model part. So they just paste it somewhere, and like, it's very difficult to control for this. I think XAI has spoken about this too. So I wouldn't like disregard their technical accomplishment just because like for some prompts, like who are you, or like which model are you, it responds like that. It doesn't even matter in my opinion.
For a long time, we thought, I don't know if you agreed with us, China was behind in AI. What does this do to that race? Can we say that China is catching up, or has it caught up?
I mean, like, if we say that Meta is catching up to OpenAI and Anthropic, if you make that claim, then the same claim can be made for China catching up to America. A lot of papers from China that have tried to replicate O1. In fact, I saw more papers from China after O1 announcement that tried to replicate it than from America. Right. And the amount of compute DeepSeek has access to is roughly similar to what PhD students in the US have access to. By the way, this is not meant to criticize others. Even for ourselves, for Perplexity, we decided not to train models because we thought it's a very expensive thing. Yeah. We thought there's no way to catch up with the rest. But
will you incorporate DeepSeek into Perplexity?
We already are beginning to use it. I think they have an API, and we're also they have open source of it, so we can host it ourselves too. And it's good to try to start using that because it actually allows us to do a lot of the things at lower cost. But what I'm kind of thinking is beyond that, which is okay, if these guys actually could train such a great model with this, good team, and there's no excuse anymore for companies in the US, right, including ourselves, to not try to do something like that.
You hear a lot in public from a lot of, thought leaders in generative AI, both on the research side, on the entrepreneurial side, like Elon Musk and others say that China can't catch up. The stakes are too big, the geopolitical stakes. Whoever dominates AI is going to kind of dominate the economy, dominate the world. It's been talked about in those massive terms. Are you worried about what China proved it was able to do?
Firstly, I don't know if Elon ever said China can't catch up. I'm not aware.
Just the threat of China. He's only identified the threat of letting China. And Sam Altman has said similar things. We can't let China win the AI race.
It's all. I think you got to decouple what someone like Sam says to what is in his self-interest, right? Look, I think my point is whatever you did to not let them catch up didn't even matter. They ended up catching up anyway.
Necessity is the mother of invention,
exactly.
Like you said.
And it's actually, what's more dangerous than trying to do all the things to not let them catch up and all the stuff is, what's more dangerous is they have the best open source model and all the American developers are building on that.
Right.
That's more dangerous because then they get to own the mind share, the ecosystem. If the entire American AI ecosystem, look, in general, it's known that once open source is caught up or improved over closed source software, all developers migrate to that. It's historically known, right?
When Llama was being built and becoming more widely used, there was this question, should we trust Zuckerberg? But now the question is, should we trust China? That's a very different.
You should trust open source. That's the, it's not about who, is it Zuckerberg or is it...
Does it matter then if it's Chinese, if it's open source?
It doesn't matter in the sense that you still have full control. You run it as your own set of weights on your own computer. You are in charge of the model. But it's not a great look for our own talent to rely on software built by others. Even if it's open source, there's always a point where open source can stop being open source too, right? So the licenses are very favorable today, but
you could close it.
Exactly. If over time they can always change the license. So it's important that we actually have people here in America building, and that's why Meta is so important. I still think Meta will build a better model than DeepSeek V3 and open source it, and what they'll call it Llama 4 or 3 point something, doesn't matter. But I think what is more key is that we don't try to focus all our energy on banning them and stopping them, and just try to outcompete and win them. That's just the American way of doing things. Just be better.
And it feels like there's, we hear a lot more about these Chinese companies who are developing in a similar way, a lot more efficiently, a lot more cost effectively, right?
Yeah. Again, look, it's hard to fake scarcity, right? If you raise 10 billion and you're decided to spend 80% of it on a compute cluster, it's hard for you to come up with the exact same solution that someone with 5 million would do. And there's no point, no need to sort of berate those who are putting more money. They're trying to do it as fast as they can.
When we say open source, there's so many different versions. Some people criticize Meta for not publishing everything. And even DeepSeek itself isn't totally transparent.
Sure. Yeah, you can go to the limits of open source and say, I should exactly be able to replicate your training run. But first of all, how many people even have the resources to do that? And compare, like I think the amount of detail they've shared in the technical report, actually Meta did that too, by the way. Meta's Llama 3.3 technical report is incredibly detailed and very great for science. So the amount of details these people are sharing is already a lot more than what the other companies are doing right now.
When you think about how much it costs DeepSeek to do this, less than $6 million, think about what OpenAI has spent to develop GPT models. What does that mean for the closed source model, ecosystem trajectory, momentum? What does it mean for OpenAI?
I mean, it's very clear that we'll have like an open source version of 4.0 or even better than that and much cheaper than that, open source, like completely this year.
Made by OpenAI?
Probably not. Most likely not. And I don't think they care if it's not made by them. I think they've already moved to a new paradigm called the O1 family of models. Look, I can't want, like Ilya Sutskever came and said pre-training is at a wall, right? So, I mean, he didn't exactly use the word, but he clearly said the age of pre-training is over.
Many people have said that.
Right? So, that doesn't mean scaling has hit a wall. I think we're scaling on different dimensions now. The amount of time model spends thinking at test time, reinforcement learning, like trying to like make the model, okay, if it doesn't know what to do for a new prompt, it'll go and reason and collect data and interact with the world, use a bunch of tools. I think that's where things are headed. And I feel like OpenAI is more focused on that right now.
Yeah. Instead of just the bigger, better model,
correct.
Reasoning capacities. But didn't you say that DeepSeek is likely to turn their attention to reasoning?
100%. I think they will. And that's why I'm pretty excited about what they'll produce next.
I guess then my question is sort of, what's OpenAI's moat now?
Well, I still think that no one else has produced a system similar to the O1 yet, exactly. I know that like there's debates about whether O1 is actually worth it. On maybe a few prompts it's really better, but like most of the times it's not producing any differentiated output from Sonnet. But at least the results they showed in O3 where they had like competitive coding performance and almost like an AI software engineer level.
Isn't it just a matter of time though before the internet is filled with reasoning data that DeepSeek?
Again, it's possible. Nobody knows yet.
Yeah.
So until it's done, it's still uncertain, right?
Right.
So maybe that uncertainty is their mode, that like no one else has the same reasoning capability yet. But by end of this year, will there be multiple players even in the reasoning arena? I absolutely think so.
So are we seeing the commoditization of large language models?
I think we'll see a similar trajectory, just like how in pre-training and like post-training, that sort of system 4.0 getting commoditized, where this year will be a lot more commoditization there. I think the reasoning kind of models will go through a similar trajectory, where in the beginning, one or two players really know how to do it, but over time, like...
And who knows, right? Because OpenAI could make another advancement to focus on.
Correct.
But right now, reasoning is their mode.
But by the way, if advancements keep happening again and again and again, like, I think the meaning of the word advancement also loses some of its value, right?
Totally. Even now, it's very difficult, right? Because there's pre-training advancements.
Yeah.
And then we've moved into a different phase.
Yeah, so what is guaranteed to happen is whatever models exist today, that level of reasoning, that level of multimodal capability in like 5 to 10x cheaper models, open source, all that's going to happen. It's just a matter of time. What is unclear is if something like a model that reasons at test time will be extremely cheap enough that like we can just all run it on our phones. I think that's not clear to me yet.
It feels like so much of the landscape has changed with what DeepSeek was able to prove. Could you call it China's ChatGPT moment?
Possible. I mean, I think it certainly probably gave them a lot of confidence that like, we're not really behind, and no matter what you do to restrict our compute, like we can always figure out some workarounds. And I'm sure the team feels pumped about results.
How does this change like the investment landscape? The hyperscalers that are spending tens of billions of dollars a year on CapEx have just ramped it up huge, and OpenAI and Anthropic that are raising billions of dollars for GPUs, essentially. But what DeepSeek told us is you don't necessarily need that.
Yeah. I mean, look, I think it's very clear that they're going to go even harder on reasoning because they understand that like whatever they were building in the previous 2 years is getting extremely cheap, that it doesn't make sense to go justify raising that amount of
spending
capital.
proposition. Do they need the same amount of high-end GPUs, or can you reason using the lower-end ones that DeepSeek has?
Again, it's hard to say no until proven it's not. But I guess like in the spirit of moving fast, you would want to use the high-end chips, and you would want to like move faster than your competitors. I think like the best talent still wants to work in the team that made it happen first. There's always some glory to like who did this actually, like who's the real pioneer versus who's the fast follow, right?
That was like kind of like Sam Altman's tweet, kind of veiled response to what DeepSeek has been able to. He kind of implied that they just copied and anyone can copy, right?
Yeah, but then you can always say that like everybody copies everybody in this field. You can say Google did the transformer first. It's not OpenAI, and OpenAI just copied it. Google built the first large language models. They didn't productize it, but OpenAI did it in a productized way. So you can say all this in many ways. It doesn't matter.
I remember asking you, being like, why don't you want to build the model?
Yeah,
that's,
I know.
That's the glory. And a year later, just 1 year later, you look very, very smart to not engage in that extremely expensive race that has become so competitive. And you kind of have this lead now in what everyone wants to see now, which is like real world applications, killer applications of generative AI. Talk a little bit about like that decision and how that's sort of guided you and where you see Perplexity going from here.
Look, 1 year ago, I don't even think we had something like this is what like 2024 beginning, right? I feel like we didn't even have something like Sonnet 3.5.
Right.
We had GPT-4, I believe, and it was kind of nobody else was able to catch up to it.
Yeah.
But there was no multimodal, nothing. And my sense was like, okay, if people with way more resources and way more talent cannot catch up, it's pretty difficult to play that game. So let's play a different game. Anyway, people want to use these models, and there's one use case of asking questions and getting accurate answers with sources, with real-time information, accurate information. There's still a lot of work there to do outside the model and making sure the product works reliably, keep scaling it up to usage, keep building custom UIs. There's just a lot of work to do, and we would focus on that. And we would benefit from all the tailwinds of models getting better and better. That's essentially what happened. In fact, I would say Sonnet 3.5 made our product so good in the sense that if you use Sonnet 3.5 as the model choice within Perplexity, it's very difficult to find a hallucination. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it dramatically reduced the rate of hallucinations, which meant the problem of question answering, asking a question, getting an answer, doing a fact checks, research, going and asking anything out there, because almost all the information is on the web, was such a big unlock, and that helped us grow 10x over the course of the year in terms of usage.
And you've made huge strides in terms of users, and we hear on CNBC a lot, like big investors who are huge fans.
Yeah.
Jensen Huang himself, right?
Yeah,
you mentioned it in his keynote.
Yeah.
The other night.
He's a pretty regular user. Actually, he's not just saying it. He's actually a pretty regular user.
So a year ago, we weren't even talking about monetization because you guys were just so new and you wanted to, get yourselves out there and build some scale. But now you are looking at things like that, increasingly an ad model, right?
Yeah, we're experimenting with it. I know like there's some controversy on like why should we do ads, whether you can have a truthful answer engine despite having ads. And in my opinion, we've been pretty proactively thoughtful about it, where we said, okay, as long as the answer is always accurate, unbiased, and not corrupted by someone's like advertising budget, only you get to see some sponsored questions, and even the answers to those sponsored questions are not influenced by them. And questions are also like, not picked in a way where it's manipulative. Sure, there's some things that the advertiser also wants, which is they want you to know about their brand and they want you to know the best parts of their brand. Just like how you go and if you're introducing yourself to someone, you want them to see the best parts of you, right? So that's all there. But you still don't have to click on a sponsored question. You can ignore it. And we are only charging them CPM right now. So we ourselves are not even incentivized to make you click yet. So I think considering all this, we're actually trying to get it right long term, instead of going the Google way of forcing you to click on links.
I remember when people were talking about the commoditization of models a year ago, and you thought, oh, it was controversial, but now it's not controversial. It's kind of like that's happening. And you keeping your eye on that is smart.
By the way, we benefit a lot from model commoditization, except we also need to figure out something to offer to the paid users, like a more sophisticated research agent that can do like multi-step reasoning, go and like do like 15 minutes worth of searching and give you like a analysis, an analyst type of answer. All that's going to come, all that's going to stay in the product. Nothing changes there. But there's a ton of questions every free user asks day-to-day basis that needs to be quick, fast answers. Like it shouldn't be slow. And all that will be free, whether you like it or not. It has to be free. That's what people are used to. And that means like figuring out a way to make that free traffic also monetizable.
So you're not trying to change user habits, but it's interesting because you are kind of trying to teach new habits to advertisers. They can't have everything that they have in a Google 10 blue links search. What's the response been from them so far? Are they willing to accept some of the trade-offs?
Yeah, I mean, that's why they're trying stuff. Like Intuit is working with us, and then there's many other brands. Dell, like all these people are working with us to test, right? They're also excited about look, everyone knows that like whether they like it or not, 5 to 10 years from now, most people are going to be asking AIs most of the things and not on the traditional search engine. Everybody understands that. So everybody wants to be early adopters of the new platforms, new UX, and learn from it and build things together. Not like they're not viewing it as like, okay, you guys go figure out everything else and then we'll come later.
I'm smiling because it goes back perfectly to the point you made when you first sat down today, which is necessity is the mother of all invention, right? And that's what advertisers are essentially looking at. They're saying this field is changing. We have to learn to adapt with it. Okay, Arvind, I took up so much of your time. Thank you so much for taking the time.
Temu has become the most downloaded shopping app in the United States.
Temu is cheaper, aggressively promotional, programmed to sell you useless stuff, and it's totally addictive.
Alejandra, hi. She's going live on Amazon. Think of it like the home shopping network for Gen Z and millennials. Entirely online, hosted by famous creators like Sandler, who have millions of followers across social platforms.
Walmart's definitely like doubling, tripling down on their e-commerce business, trying their best to take market share away from Amazon or catch up to them. The truth is, though, they still have a long ways to go.
It's February 12th, 2023, the Super Bowl, Philadelphia Eagles versus Kansas City Chiefs, and a record-setting 200 million people are watching this moment. Wait, no, that's too far. Rewind.
Download the Temu app and shop like a billionaire.
Right there. Pause it. Wait, what is Temu? Okay, let's backtrack. It's February 12th, 2023, the Super Bowl, and Temu, a shopping app that launched just 5 months ago, makes its TV debut on one of the biggest advertising nights of the year, promising bargain basement prices and the opportunity to shop like a billionaire, with not one, but 2 commercial spots, totaling $14 million. The Super Bowl ad catapulted the up-and-coming shopping app into the mainstream, with app downloads jumping 45% and daily active users up 20% just 1 day later. By the end of the first quarter, Temu had racked up 19 million downloads in 2023.
I'm sure you've seen this site, Temu, right?
Shopping app Temu has become the most downloaded shopping app in the United States.
Temu is cheaper, aggressively promotional, programmed to sell you useless stuff, and it's totally addictive.
The company says that it's able to pass on those cost savings to American consumers.
Wish.com, AliExpress, the others started a decade ago. They were like MySpace, paving the path for Facebook, or BlackBerry, paving the way for an iPhone.
But where did Temu come from? And how does it make money selling dirt cheap products? And how did a relatively new shopping platform end up at the center of a political firestorm targeting Chinese e-commerce? So you see the Super Bowl commercial, decide to download the app. You'll probably be met with something like this. Spinning wheels, countdown clocks, $100 coupons, 25% off, 50% off, under 99 cents. Act now, hurry, fast. And even without those discounts, you start noticing things are cheap, like really cheap. $19 headphones, $10 designer knockoffs, household goods for pennies on the dollar. Whoa, is that a $10 smartwatch? Let's go ahead and add that to cart.
It's really socialized extreme discounting with mega variety, gamified and socialized in order to drive traffic, but most importantly, to build an enrolled base and get consumers to download their app.
Temu is an online bargain shopping marketplace. Similar to Amazon, individual sellers list products through the site, but at heavily discounted rates. Based out of Boston, Temu quietly launched in the summer of 2022, and within a few weeks, the app was already topping Apple App Store charts, surpassing Amazon, Walmart, even Shein. All of this is thanks to a huge advertising budget, with a focus on social media. In January alone, Temu purchased 8,900 ads on Meta platforms. And this is all part of a larger user acquisition strategy, because right now, Temu's not worried about sales. It's worried about you.
They're paying big bounties and referral fees for you and I and every other consumer to bring someone to the site, to download the app, and to make that first purchase. You could go across the social sphere and you'll find people recruiting others in order to earn up to $100 a day on referral fees, or if you're an influencer, you can earn up to $5,000 a month.
The idea is that once you get people onto the site, they start browsing around, they see all these different kind of gadgets and gizmos and things that are being offered. They see the low prices and they think, well, let's give this a try. And what Temu has found is that once people have tried it once, they keep going back and buying more. And some people get quite addicted to Temu. It's very easy to shop. And it's very easy to do it in quite a thoughtless way as well, because you're not spending hundreds and thousands of dollars on things. The individual price points are pretty low. So a lot of people order in very high volumes.
Based on some estimates, Temu is projected to spend $1.4 billion on North American advertising in 2023 alone, hoping to grow its user base by an estimated 100 million people.
The value of a monetizable daily active user, we call it MADU in the industry, is worth somewhere between $236 and $726 per active user per year in top line revenue. And they're acquiring these customers at a fraction of the cost of what Amazon or anybody else had to pay in order to get them.
So again, that begs the question, where did Temu come from? And how did it get all this money? Well, if you haven't heard of Temu, you've probably heard of its parent company.
Chinese e-commerce company Pinduoduo going public at the NASDAQ this morning.
Pinduoduo, one of China's big three e-commerce sites with a market cap of more than $100 billion. Temu is the retailer's first major push into the overseas market, where its competitors, JD.com and Alibaba, already have a footprint. Pinduoduo utilized its already established strategy and logistics network to get Temu off the ground quickly, meaning that though Temu is based in the US, its products are actually coming from distributors in China.
They have a supply chain advantage that was built out of their success of Pinduoduo in China that started out representing rural farmers and producers and agricultural providers and built that out to every small merchant in China. And now they've extended that to North America.
China is really the linchpin in Temu's strategy. A lot of the products that are sold on Temu are manufactured in China. They're shipped directly from China to the US. So those labor costs compared to manufacturing in the US and elsewhere are really low. So Temu was able to keep those prices very, very low for customers as a result.
So that $10 smartwatch is likely coming from a factory somewhere in China. And just like other Chinese bargain e-commerce sites, that allows Temu to sell items at extremely low prices.
What Temu sells is very generic stuff. It's not well-known brands. So that again keeps prices very, very low because you're not paying for the brand names.
But the same reputational risks plaguing other Chinese retailers like Shein could find their way to Temu. And as far as Temu's concerned, its problems just went federal. So you downloaded the app, spun the wheel, dug through discounts, ordered your $10 smartwatch, and now you wait for your watch to come from a factory in China. But there's a couple of hiccups. Not all Chinese manufacturers can sell goods in the US.
There's actually a genocide being propagated against the Uyghur people in a place called Xinjiang province in the northwest corner of China. 23 million Uyghur people are having their cultural identity erased. Upwards of 2 million are in concentration camps. As a consequence of this, we passed something called the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, because one of the things that's happening along with the genocide is that hundreds of thousands of Uyghurs are being pressed into labor in factories making all sorts of goods. There are countless goods coming into the United States in violation of the law.
In a recently released report, the U.S. House of Representatives found instances of items on Temu's website being sold or made with materials from the Xinjiang region of China, in direct violation of U.S. import laws.
Our American companies and others who are actually abiding by the law are making sure that their goods are not sourced from Xinjiang, are now put at a real competitive disadvantage relative to those fast fashion companies that are not following the law.
Most online e-commerce retailers and marketplaces have policies in effect that directly forbid the sale of products from the Xinjiang region. But the U.S. government found Temu only had vague boilerplate language, not directly mentioning Xinjiang. When pressed on it, Temu's defense was, Temu's not the importer of record, meaning they're a marketplace. They don't make the products, they just sell them.
Yeah, that's not going to work. I mean, they have 80,000 vendors and they're basically pointing the finger at them, saying that it's up to them to police this situation. But, that's not going to fly.
And it goes beyond that. Remember those ultra cheap prices? Those help Temu take advantage of something called de minimis shipping, which the government is also pretty skeptical of.
Under our Customs and Border Patrol law, where goods under $800 that are shipped directly from China to residential homes escape all tariffs and duties, and they don't really have a lot of information about their place of origin. So they are also able to potentially skirt the laws that prohibit goods coming from Xinjiang.
To put it into perspective, other companies like H&M and Gap spent hundreds of millions of dollars on import duties at U.S. borders in 2022. Temu and Shein paid nothing. Combined, they accounted for anywhere from 30 to 50% of all de minimis shipments into the U.S. That's an estimated 600,000 packages every day, skirting customs, not paying import duties, and flying under the radar.
CBP is already under a lot of stress with regard to inspecting the packages that are $800 and above. And so then when you have this explosion of packages under $800, along with the fact that they don't have the data that would otherwise be required to do a targeted inspection regime, you basically make it almost impossible for the CBP to do its job.
This also puts other companies at a distinct disadvantage.
When you don't have those tariffs or duties in place, those goods end up looking a lot cheaper than other goods. And so not only are taxpayers losing the duties, but also, American companies and others who are doing the right thing potentially are losing business.
Not only do companies like Temu and Shein take advantage of this rule, but it's directly tied to the rapid success of these types of companies. If the de minimis rule was changed, it would throw a major wrench in Temu's operations.
That would be very disruptive to Temu, because what it would mean is that parcels would either have to come into the US and go through full customs processes, which would cost slightly more and, more importantly, would take a lot longer to get to the end user, or they'd have to build out some warehouse capacity in the US, because that comes with a cost attached, and it starts to undermine some of that low-cost model, which is really important for those low prices.
It's not just the federal government that's concerned about Temu. Some states have taken action over the app itself, citing cybersecurity concerns. Earlier this year, Montana banned the app from government devices, along with TikTok, WeChat, and Telegram. In a statement, Montana Governor Greg Gianforte said Temu, along with several other apps, are tied to, quote, foreign adversaries, and cited the fact that Temu's parent company, Pinduoduo, is headquartered in Shanghai, China. And those fears are not unfounded. Pinduoduo came under increased scrutiny this year when it was pulled off the Google Play Store in March after versions of the app were found to contain malware. According to a report from the US government, that malware was used to exploit vulnerabilities on Android phones, accessing users' text messages, changing settings, viewing data from other apps, and even blocking users from deleting the app altogether. So that begs a question. What is Temu doing with your data? So let's recap. You downloaded the app, scrolled through hundreds of listings, decided to take a chance on a $10 smartwatch. It is then made by a Temu supplier and sent to a Temu warehouse in China. The warehouse then ships the watch from China to the US, paying a grand total of $0 at customs. It is then shipped via the US Postal Service to its destination, and all of this happens in just about a week. So yes, we did in fact buy a $10 smartwatch from Temu. It took about a week for it to ship from China to us here in New Jersey, and yes, it really did only cost just around $10. First impressions of the box, it does look and feel kind of like an Apple box. And we know from the ads we saw of the original watch that that was the look and feel that this company was trying to replicate. But the watch face does look very similar to other smartwatches on the market. The ring on the side and the buttons are almost identical to that you would find on an Apple Watch. The watch straps are also rubber, very similar to Apple Watches. The only major visible difference is the charging port. While it does have a circular charging port, it does require a 2-prong charger, and the charger itself was very cheaply made. The watch also did turn on right away. The apps also looked nearly identical. The honeycomb effect is very similar to the current operating system on Apple Watches. Overall, the watch seemed to emulate an Apple Watch almost to a T. Even the icons for some of the apps internally were almost identical. Overall, it's a pretty good dupe. If I was in the market for a smartwatch and didn't care about quality, I probably would just get this. To most people on the street, it just looks like an Apple Watch.
Every app needs a killer application, right? The killer app here is these mega variety, steep discounts. That's what brings them in. But they've married product sales with social. And they're starting by leveraging the existing social network in North America, but they'll create their own social network when they release team payments like they did with Pinduoduo in China. Team payments is the viral catalyst for ignition to growing this to 1 billion users beyond China.
Remember earlier when we said Temu's not worried about sales, it's worried about you. Marketing and e-commerce experts say it's no mistake Temu is spending so much money to aggregate a user base. Many suspect Temu is gearing up to launch social shopping here in the US, a wildly successful shopping model Pinduoduo uses in China.
Pinduoduo in China actually takes it to another level. They use group buying, where you can band together with friends and family in order to earn quantity discounts. It's referred to as team up, price down. This social commerce aspect is what allowed them to grow to number 3 to almost 1 billion users in China. In the US, Temu hasn't yet released the team purchasing capability, but you can see them laying the foundation for doing so because they're social marketing experts.
So as Temu continues to grow and expand its user base, it could be getting ready to change the shopping experience for US retailers. But will US consumers bite?
The potential for social shopping is definitely there and it will grow, but it's not going to become the scale that it is in China. It's a different type of consumer. It's a different type of market. But I certainly think it's a sensible thing for Temu to add.
And even if Temu continues to grow its US user base, can it survive regulatory and legal scrutiny to continue operating?
92% of us say that we'll trust a referral from a friend or a family member. And that's what social marketing does. And so whether or not Temu is owned by a Chinese company is irrelevant because you're really buying first from the trust and referral from a friend or family based on a socialized promotion. And on top of that, gosh, we'll give you $20 for each one you bring in.
The boxes flying down the line at this 2.3 million square foot distribution center are sorted, scanned and labeled, then loaded into trucks destined for the shelves of the country's biggest retailer. Walmart employs more people than any other company in the world, and 90% of Americans live within 10 miles of a Walmart. Yet when it comes to e-commerce, Amazon is the clear leader, with 39.5% of the market share compared to Walmart's 7%. And with the global pandemic helping shift shoppers' behavior for good, dominance in online shopping is now paramount. Last year, people spent more on Amazon than at Walmart for the first time. Now Walmart's got a new playbook and new leadership as it races to catch up.
We have 4,700 locations across the US, and if the store acts like a fulfillment center, we can send those items the shortest distance in the fastest time.
Over the past few years, Walmart's built more than 30 warehouses like this, some with robots and people, entirely dedicated to fulfilling online orders. Workers at stores are also picking and packing online orders as Walmart turns dozens of stores into micro-fulfillment centers. It's added membership program Walmart Plus to compete with Prime, invested heavily in local delivery programs in homes and with drones, and started packing and shipping orders for third-party sellers as it works to entice them to Walmart.com.
I'd say assortment is the linchpin to this plan, and then sellers are a means to get to assortment.
They're looking at Amazon's market share saying, how can we grow this market share? We need more sellers. We need more selection.
Customers trust us for food consumables, they trust us for general merchandise, but they're looking for every item that they could think of. We want to make sure that we're able to do that for them.
CNBC went to Walmart headquarters in Bentonville, Arkansas for the first ever public interview with Walmart's new head of e-commerce, Tom Ward, to find out the truth behind his big plans for catching Amazon online. Walmart was founded in 1962 by Sam Walton, growing to nearly 2,000 stores by the time Jeff Bezos founded Amazon in 1994. Despite its in-store dominance, Walmart was notoriously slow to the e-commerce game, not launching its third-party marketplace until 2009. It didn't make real headway until 2016, when Walmart bought discount online retailer Jet.com for $3.3 billion, tapping founder Mark Lowry to lead e-commerce, where he stayed until last year. In 2018, it spent big to get into the booming online market in India with Flipkart, and also bought online fashion brands like Bonobos and Eloquii. Then in 2020, Walmart shut down Jet.com, although CEO Doug McMillon says he would buy it all over again.
You look at the trajectory of our business, it changed when we made that acquisition. The Walmart brand really has extended to reach all kinds of people, affluent customers, younger customers, urban customers. We were going to need a brand to be able to use to attract some of the brands that did not yet want to be in our stores.
Also in 2020, Walmart partnered with Shopify to bring thousands of mom-and-pop sellers to Walmart's marketplace. That's the term used to differentiate items sold by third-party sellers from the first-party merchandise bought and sold by Walmart. 2020 also saw the launch of Walmart Plus and Walmart Fulfillment Services to rival Fulfilled by Amazon, or FBA, but leveraging stores and their built-in workforce to keep costs low.
Walmart's definitely, doubling, tripling down on their e-commerce business, trying their best to take market share away from Amazon or catch up to them. The truth is, though, they still have a long ways to go.
Last year, Walmart opened up its marketplace to international sellers. This summer, Walmart Plus Weekend is happening for the first time, with exclusive online deals for members, just like Amazon's Prime Day. And in February, Tom Ward took over Walmart's e-commerce division.
The nearest Walmart to your customer is the one in their pocket. It's also the ultimate store. It should be an endless assortment. It should be completely, full of solutions for whatever customers are looking for. And increasingly, marketplace sellers really help us do that.
We went to a bustling conference for e-commerce sellers in Las Vegas in March that's usually dominated by Amazon chatter. For the first time in the Prosper Show's 7-year history, Walmart also had a major presence.
Because they're smart, and they know that this show is where the sellers are. And they want to get a lot of more brands on the Walmart.com channel.
It's the only other platform that it could really be competition to Amazon.
Michael Lebar started selling on Walmart 7 years ago when he was just a sophomore in high school.
At first, my mom was not happy because my whole room was just a bunch of USPS boxes.
Now, Lebar says Walmart.com is his primary platform for his Spawn Fitness brand, which he says did about $3.5 million of sales on Walmart.com last year, compared to under $500,000 on Amazon.
On Walmart, our profit margins too are so good. And like people are always like, oh, Walmart's price competitive, which you're right. Like sometimes you're not able to charge as much, but on Amazon, you're spending so much more on advertising. Like you don't even realize you're down so much because of that.
The cost of advertising on Amazon has increased, but people are always going to do it because more than ever before, it seems, if you're not advertising on Amazon, you're not going to get seen.
As the leader, Amazon can charge sellers more for ads, seller account support, and fulfillment services. Jeray Buckley Cox used to work at Amazon and now helps lead Walmart Fulfillment Services, which launched in 2020. WFS hasn't yet raised prices, and unlike FBA, offers seller support for free.
Year over year, Walmart Fulfillment Services grew 500% in GMV. We add sellers every day. Our competitive advantage and what's drawing sellers into the program is the fact that they believe this is a marketplace that is built for them.
But for now, Walmart still has about 1/10 of the sellers and 1/10 the value of merchandise that Amazon has. Greg Mercer founded seller software company Jungle Scout, which tracks industry numbers with regular surveys of thousands of sellers.
The fact that there are significantly less sellers on Walmart, I think, creates less competition. And the result of that is the Walmart sellers typically have a more profitable business than what Amazon sellers do.
Surveys earlier this year found 95% of Walmart sellers turn a profit, compared to about 76% on Amazon.
5 years ago, Amazon sellers just wanted to be on Amazon. They didn't want to go anywhere else. But that story has changed. Most Amazon sellers that I talk to talk about how can I diversify more.
About a year ago, we estimated that there were 75,000 Walmart sellers. And over the past year, we've seen that number double to about 150,000 Walmart sellers today.
Lauren Stark runs business strategy for M-Design, one of the biggest home storage brands on Amazon, with a total of $310 million in online sales last year. M-Design started selling on Walmart in 2019 and started investing more there during the pandemic.
Because everyone was at home. So that's when we really ramped up our strategy to go on to different marketplaces, and specifically Walmart. Diversify the risk, diversify the reward as well, and reach more customers.
Stark says M-Design will likely do about $5 million in sales on Walmart this year, compared to $280 million on Amazon last year.
We are seeing, really nice increases year over year on Walmart.
Stark says Target has been even more successful because there's even less competition. Only brands that are invited by Target can sell on its site. In contrast, it's relatively simple for anyone to start selling on Amazon, and competition is cutthroat.
You can take, some stereotypical like saturated product on Amazon, like a garlic press or something, where there's 200 of the same thing. There's maybe like 3 people selling a garlic press, for example, on Walmart.com.
But Walmart wants that to change.
We want assortment on the platform, so again, customers can come and find anything that they're looking for and get it delivered in any means that they want.
Walmart is also adding assortment by launching a growing collection of its own brands, especially in apparel and home, that appear first online and later in stores. But as Walmart's third-party assortment grows, so too does the risk for bad actors, like MPOW and Aki, 2 huge electronics sellers doing nearly $1 billion in sales that were kicked off Amazon but remain active on Walmart.
They kicked them off for buying reviews. And I was sad to see that Walmart allowed MPOW and Aki to now sell on the .com platform. So as positive as I am with Walmart, I'm a little bit disappointed that they allowed those 2 brands with their practices, which according to the FTC is illegal to do. You can't buy reviews.
Walmart says it looked into the allegations and didn't find the same behavior from MPOW and Aki on its site. As it works to boost selection, Walmart also opened its marketplace up to international sellers last year.
We know that Amazon had a big crackdown last summer on fake reviews. I think it primarily impacted Chinese sellers the most. That combined with Walmart allowing international sellers, we saw like a huge uptick in the percent of Chinese sellers on Walmart.
Still, sellers say Walmart remains more stringent than Amazon when it comes to approving new sellers.
We're really proud of the track record of having high standards for sellers to get vetted before they get on the program, and we're going to continue that.
Another big way Walmart is enticing sellers, which Amazon can't match, is the opportunity to get products onto thousands of brick-and-mortar shelves.
Because each store has to get so many cases in stock. I mean, it's like game over. If you're just like a private label seller, to be able to have your product in Walmart stores is like a holy grail.
Our product was like at one point the #1 in the category on Walmart.com. So we got an email from a Walmart buyer being like, would you be interested in more talks?
This year, for the first time, Walmart.com sellers were given first exclusive access to a program called Open Call, where sellers pitch their products for space on Walmart store shelves. Some 2,000 sellers applied.
We've got a real mission to increase assortment. So it just made sense that when sellers are bringing high quality assortment, we want to make that available to our customers in our stores or online.
Walmart's huge number of stores also makes it the undisputed king in grocery. Amazon bought Whole Foods in 2017 and is trying to disrupt the space by making 2 of them entirely cashierless. But Amazon.com and Whole Foods each accounted for less than 1.5% of the grocery market, compared to Walmart's 18%. Grocery is less profitable than general merchandise, but the real power play is for Walmart to get customers to fill their virtual baskets with a mix of grocery, general merchandise, and third-party items.
Maybe you're shopping for only a Walmart grocery store product, but at least the traffic is there and it is heavy and a lot more eyeballs on your products now.
Despite big upward trends during the pandemic, both Walmart and Amazon shares fell sharply after Q1 earnings were reported, as supply chain issues and increasing costs cut into profits. But Walmart's long-standing reputation as a leader in low prices brings an advantage right now as customers look for deals with inflation at a new 40-year high.
Store to save you even more. Always low prices, always Walmart.
As part of Walmart's strategy to unite more parts of its vast retail empire, it recently combined what used to be 2 separate apps, one for Walmart's own goods, primarily grocery, and another for its third-party marketplace products.
And wherever there's friction in that process, wherever there's 2 apps and there should be one under one roof, we're now working to remove all that friction.
Walmart Plus, launched in 2020, also combines benefits for loyal grocery customers with online shopping perks. It's Walmart's answer to Prime, which Amazon launched all the way back in 2005. Prime now costs $139 a year for benefits like 1-day shipping on more than 15 million items, 2-hour grocery delivery in 2,000 plus cities, access to Prime Day deals and Amazon's entertainment branch, Prime Video, Amazon Music, Prime Reading, Prime Gaming, and Amazon Photos. Meanwhile, Walmart Plus members pay $98 a year for benefits like free same-day delivery from stores, free shipping on Walmart's own merchandise, cashierless scan-and-go shopping at some stores, and exclusive access to big sales events like Walmart Plus Weekend happening June 2nd to 5th this year. And amid record-high gas prices, Walmart just added extra fuel discounts for its Plus members, who now get between 5 and 10 cents off not only at Walmart's own pumps, but at some 14,000 participating stations, including Exxon, Mobil, Murphy, and Sam's Club. Walmart is also using its stores, and specifically their proximity to customers, as an edge, making big investments in speedy local delivery programs.
People are coming to us for burgers and hot dogs, but they can buy a brand new smoker, they can get a whole new swim set outfit, they can get all of that under one roof, in one application, in one place, and we can fulfill it for them with great speed thanks to our footprint.
Last year, Walmart launched Express Delivery for Walmart's own merchandise that can reach your door in 2 hours or less for a $10 fee, with an additional fee of at least $7.95 for non-Walmart Plus members. This doesn't include marketplace items, but Ward says it drives traffic for those as well.
We can say to a customer, hey, add these items that you want this evening, but if you want that very specific item, we can bring you that really quickly as well.
Walmart has been ramping its logistics operations since at least 2017, building 31 separate fulfillment centers devoted to e-commerce, and investing big in robotic e-commerce fulfillment, following Amazon's lead. Also like Amazon, Walmart has independent drivers, what it calls its Spark network, who handle much of the cumbersome, expensive last-mile delivery.
We can activate drivers to come and collect items and deliver them to our customer. But as the density grows, the cost comes down.
So much so that last year, Walmart started delivering goods for other retailers in a program it calls Go Local.
We've announced some really exciting clients like the Home Depot and Chico's and others, including small and medium businesses. And what we're seeing is as they share in our last mile capabilities, our density increases and the costs for both of us go down.
In Scottsdale, Arizona, Ward says Walmart's completed 5,000 deliveries with Cruise autonomous vehicles.
And this vehicle turns up like magic outside and they can grab it out of the back seat. And then increasingly they can put their return in the back seat and send the car to the supercenter.
Walmart also just announced it's expanding drone delivery by the end of the year, deploying them from 37 stores for a reach of 4 million households across Arizona, Arkansas, Florida, Texas, Utah, and Virginia. Customers pay $3.99 for items totaling up to 10 pounds to be delivered by drone in 30 minutes or more.
In the same way that the store is starting to act like a fulfillment center, they're also starting to act like a drone launch delivery.
And there's the growing popularity of buying online and picking up curbside, a benefit Amazon can't rival.
In some of these other areas where Amazon Prime doesn't have like the 2 and 3, 4 hour delivery, but there's a Walmart store nearby, you could be living in South Dakota or something and you can get your product in 2 or 3 hours, whereas on Amazon for Prime, it might take even more than 2 days.
While you can't currently pick up third-party purchases at Walmart stores, Buckley Cox says items shipped with WFS will soon be able to be forwarded to stores for possible same-day pickup or delivery. And while Amazon delivers groceries to doorsteps and some items inside doors and garages, Walmart has a unique delivery program straight into your fridge for $19.95 a month.
It is so good. I mean, for our elderly customers that can't get out, or if somebody has broken an ankle or something, broken a leg, whatever, you know.
Thousands of full-time Walmart associates, like Mike Edwards, spend their days filling up a fleet of fully electric vans with groceries and general merchandise.
We don't step foot inside the garage or the residence without this on.
Then bringing it inside people's homes and putting it away in the refrigerator. Trusting a stranger to enter your home may sound wild, but the program has been working well enough that Walmart is rapidly expanding it to reach 30 million homes.
All of our associates wear cameras on their vest, and every part of the delivery is recorded. They can't actually access your home until we confirm that their camera is turned on and working. And so as a customer, if you place an order and you are curious, you can watch the full experience.
In-home associates will also take some returns back to Walmart for customers. And Walmart is expanding the program to include alcohol delivery and other highly requested services it's not ready to disclose.
Hey, you gotta sit for me. There you go.
And so they're like, oh my gosh, you're here, like, can you walk the dog? Like, can you take out the trash? It's like, how else can you help me?
While marketplace purchases can't currently be delivered in-home, it's another way for Walmart to build loyalty.
In-home offers a unique entry point into Walmart for a lot of our customers because we have pretty distinguishable offering on the market. And now they're on our website and they're shopping for groceries, but they're seeing other things they might want to buy. They're seeing things available in Marketplace. There are things that they would never expect to see at Walmart. And so now we have them as a loyal customer in a much more expansive and much stickier way than we would have expected.
You know, they're not going to catch up and be 50% market share next year. But if they continue to do the things that they're doing, gradually they will continue to eat more and more market share, I believe.
Miriam Sandler and her husband Mark aren't cleaning up their kids' playroom.
21 products.
Or setting up for a segment on QVC.
Tap to join me live.
Instead of TV, she's going live.
You're all set. One.
On Amazon.
Hi everyone, welcome back. I'm so excited to be live with you. I'm Miriam Sandler and I'm the face behind Mother Could.
Think of it like the home shopping network for Gen Z and millennials. Entirely online, hosted by famous creators like Sandler, who have millions of followers across social platforms.
Hi from Ohio, hi from San Diego, hello from Honduras, hello. Alejandra, hi, how are you?
We know that the vast majority of Gen Z consumers say that they now use social media as their first stop for shopping inspiration because they have built trust and they've grown up feeling authentic relationships with these people online.
Amazon, TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, Shopify, they're all getting in on the game. It's a way to differentiate a product from the millions of others in oversaturated online marketplaces.
One of my favorite cleaning products is a spin brush.
They want somebody demonstrating it. They really want somebody showing the product, how it works, and showing its efficacy. And it's also entertainment.
But the US is lagging way behind China, where 74% of consumers say they bought products through a shoppable live stream in 2022. In the US, 78% say they've never even watched one.
In China, we're seeing 200 billion plus in sales. How do we mimic that in the US? And I think we're probably in the low, the mid hundreds of millions.
It looks really cute.
We go behind the scenes with creators to find out what it's like to sell via live stream and what it'll take for the emerging model to become a mainstream way that U.S. consumers shop.
Very cool. So I will do like a little cucumber salad and cut this in half and then bring this out. And I want to give you a little demonstration. Here we go.
Impulse purchases, driven by compelling live pitches, are nothing new.
And this is the American egg, and I'm bringing it out on D-Day.
For the last 4 decades, the Home Shopping Network and QVC have been broadcasting to tens of millions of U.S. households. But as e-commerce thrives, traditional retail has been forced to evolve. In 2017, amid slowing sales, QVC and the Home Shopping Network merged in a $2.1 billion deal. When the pandemic grounded shoppers in 2020, viewership for the shopping networks went back up 10%. But their biggest growth, 100% year over year, happened on their social platforms. It's no surprise the model has moved online, where other platforms are giving it a go too.
Live shopping has been sort of the holy grail for social media platforms for a couple of years. Instagram tried it, YouTube has tried it. And then really during COVID in 2020, we started to see it percolate mostly in Asia, where there was such a big audience ready for shopping.
Another really cool thing about this label maker is that it is completely inkless. It'll never run out of ink because it works with thermal technology.
Just like the QVC of old, personalities pitch products live, now from the intimacy of their own homes. Audiences can react with emojis or stars. A chat window lets them ask questions the host can answer live. And links to the featured products make for easy purchasing.
Oh my God, $23, you guys.
Thank you guys for letting us know.
During pandemic lockdowns, these live streams took China by storm. Chinese retail giant Alibaba was first to market there, launching its live stream app Taobao Live in 2016. In 2020, it exploded. In the first 30 minutes of China's 2020 Singles Day Shopping Festival, Taobao live streams generated $7.5 billion in transactions, a 400% jump from the year before. That same year, the live stream shopping market in China was valued at $171 billion, estimated to grow to $423 billion in 2022.
People are excited by what you're seeing from China, where you see really, really high conversion rates on some of these experiences, much higher than maybe a regular website would have. You're seeing potentially, up to 40% in some cases. You might see much lower return rates because people know what they got.
There's a rapidly growing ecosystem of new live streaming apps in China too, like TikTok's sister app Douyin and Pinduoduo, known for rock bottom prices. Live streamers in China, known as key opinion leaders or KOLs, have made massive fortunes. There's entire boot camps devoted to the career craze of becoming a live stream shopping host.
KOLs there have millions and millions and millions of fans. So even if 10% show up, that's still 1 million. People want to buy product with meaning or product that they can't get anywhere else. And that's really what's the underpinning of live shopping. In the US, that's very different than in China, which is all about just a mass population.
At 35% of the market, Alibaba's Taobao Live remains the world's biggest live shopping player. But the last few years have seen a flurry of U.S. companies investing in live shopping ventures too. First among them, Amazon.
2 pockets actually. I love it. I'll show you the material a little bit closer up.
Amazon introduced live stream shopping in 2016, then launched its Creator app in 2020, a tool for making it easier to go live.
So the first thing that we're gonna start out with is this lovely I just killed my husband robe.
Tiana Young Morris was a practicing attorney when she first started live streaming in 2020.
The pandemic hit and I was bored in the house. I was on TikTok just like everybody else, and it just kind of took on a life of its own.
Videos of her trying on wigs and reviewing them went viral, long before she made money doing it.
Every other wig that we're talking about this evening is baby throw and go. Throw it on like a hat and out the door. Like that first viral video, I was like, oh, there are a lot of people that are gonna buy the product that I recommended. Yes, honey. How can I make money off of this? And Amazon just makes it so easy for you to sign up for the influencer program.
Through the Amazon Influencer Program, creators get their own storefront where Amazon users can follow them. Now, Young Morris sells almost exclusively on Amazon Live.
As an attorney in private practice, I was making about $100,000, like a little over $100,000, maybe like 110 or so. And now I make about 6 times that.
The biggest moneymaker for Amazon Live creators is commission, which is usually 10% or less of sales from click-throughs on the live stream, although the rare category can be as high as 20%. Amazon also offers some creators a flat fee for going live regularly, and top creators can make extra from brands that pay for dedicated, sponsored live streams, like this one Young Morris did with Dove.
This body cleanser? Give it all to me.
While brands often send live streamers free products, top creators build viewer trust through honest reviews.
The length on them is not super long. I feel like it's important to just tell the truth about what it is, because if it's short on me and a tall woman buys it, then they're gonna realize it when they get it anyway, and they're just gonna return it.
I really want it to be my opinions. I want it to be purchased from me. Like, I spent my own money on this product, so I can tell you it is worth spending your money on this product. I probably decline 75% of the offers that come my way, and I could have a lot more money if I accepted those. And I would still have community members, but I would have no trust in me.
Celebrities like Kourtney Kardashian-Barker and Paris Hilton also hold live streams for the Amazon launch of their own brands. Brands like JBL have also seen major success on Amazon Live, where a carousel of products linked on the left make for frictionless buying.
I've got so many amazing Prime Day deals for you guys, and it's actually in collaboration with JBL.
Last year during Prime Day, one of JBL's Amazon Lives hit 714,000 views. And JBL's Lauren Severson says 83% of purchases were made by first-time customers.
It's our portable waterproof speaker. So that saw an 80% increase in the 2 weeks following of sales. And then we saw an increase of 22% of traffic to any of our JBL pages on Amazon.
Vueltitas, mix, mix, mix. Mix, mix, mix.
Sandler's career as a creator first took off in 2019 with viral videos, like this one that has nearly 80 million views on YouTube, demoing playful recipes and activities she does with her 3 daughters at her home in Miami.
You are an excellent Play-Doh maker. So my husband was an investment banker for 15 years. One day we realized that I was making double what he was making, and he was making a really good living. I was like, let's take a leap of faith, leave. And he left. It's probably grown 4 times since, and it's just crazy.
Sandler's Mother Could brand makes the most on Amazon, but she has more followers on Instagram at 1.2 million, and TikTok with 730,000 followers and 11.7 billion views.
I don't profit off any other platform that you can go live. Everyone coming to Amazon Live is essentially coming to buy something. They're there for that. I feel like if you are live on Instagram, live on TikTok, live on Facebook, they're there to like see what's going on.
Amazon Live is the most complete end-to-end platform. We could say it's in the BYOA category, bring your own audience. So they have to come and drive traffic there, which is a little more difficult than showing up and just turning it on.
While Amazon is all about frictionless sales and high conversion, social media live shopping is more about growing followers and going viral.
Products go viral all the time on TikTok, and Scrub Daddy is a great example. Dyson Airwrap is another example. That's what differentiates the social platforms from Amazon. Amazon, you go there to find something you heard about or you're looking for.
In 2020, Instagram and TikTok became the first U.S. social platforms to launch live shopping capabilities. ByteDance-owned TikTok partnered with Walmart for an hour-long live where TikTok users could buy Walmart fashion items featured by creators. The duo did another live stream in 2021 after reporting the first event netted 7 times more views than expected and grew Walmart's TikTok following by 25%.
I think TikTok is going to be able to leapfrog everyone else is because they have so many users now. They have 1 billion active monthly users, and every time you use the platform, it's learning your behavior, learning your interests, and serving you what it thinks you like.
But right now in the US, shoppers on TikTok have to navigate away from the app to make a purchase, eliminating a big potential revenue stream. So in the fall, TikTok started US testing of a new function called TikTok Shop. It allows users to buy directly in the app. And although it's invitation only for creators and merchants in the US right now, it has already launched in Southeast Asia and the UK. Now Shopify and YouTube have teamed up on live shopping efforts too. Announced in July, the partnership expands live shopping capabilities so viewers can click and buy without leaving YouTube.
It's not just like, here's yet another thing that's distracting our youth with video selling, but actually, here is a new way that business is evolving and adapting to how the world is going to look in the future.
Business owners like Cassie Ho can go live on YouTube and elsewhere to promote their own products. Ho first went viral with this Pilates workout video under her screen name Blogilates 13 years ago. Viewers asked her to sell merch featuring her screen name.
And I was like, what? You want stuff with my screen name on it? And so I was like, okay. So then I remember buying like these shirts from Forever 21 and like screen printing Blogilates on it and put it up on Facebook. And then it sold out within minutes.
Shortly after, Ho launched an activewear brand called Popflex and started posting design process TikToks that get millions of views.
37 weeks ago, I attempted to make the perfect legging.
She tries on Popflex clothes live on Instagram, which she says leads to far more sales than TikTok.
Right now, across all my social platforms, we have about 15 million followers and subscribers everywhere. And on YouTube, over 2 billion views. And then in terms of sales, Popflex on its own is an 8-figure business, and then Blogilates on its own is an 8-figure business.
Ho said she had her best sales hour of the year before Black Friday during an hour-long YouTube live shopping event.
Sweatpants, they are happening tonight. It is happening. You need to go get them because I don't think they'll be lasting long.
There's also a handful of startups developing new US platforms devoted entirely to live shopping. There's Network that focuses on sneakers and collectibles, Supergreat and Trendio for beauty products, and the biggest among them is Talk Shop Live.
Talk Shop Live. Talk Shop Live, Talk Shop Live.
Where Walmart held 150 live shopping events in 2022, and celebrities like Dolly Parton, Tim Tebow, and Jamie Foxx have gone live. And TikTok is reportedly in negotiations with Talk Shop Live about outsourcing its live shopping efforts to the US-based startup. TikTok currently faces bans in several states due to concerns it could hand user data over to China.
I have a feeling that before it gets banned, it'll probably sell or do other things to placate, authorities. But I don't think that it's going away anytime soon. And it really is the backbone of pop culture right now because it is the chosen platform of Gen Z.
Despite trending hashtags like TikTok made me buy it, one survey found US shoppers are hesitant to pay for products directly on social sites. In turn, retailers miss out on the click-through and conversion data that's owned by the social sites. It's a big barrier to success for the business model, and one that's not an issue for Amazon Live or Alibaba's Taobao Live in China. As e-commerce platforms and not social networks, they keep buyers on site all the way through the sale. Amazon continues to grow its live stream efforts, launching Amazon Live in India last September. Meta, on the other hand, is scaling back its focus on shopping. It halted live shopping on Facebook in October and removed the Shop tab from Instagram's navigation bar this month.
So we're bringing Create down to the bottom, front and center, and we're removing the Shops tab.
And in China, the government is enforcing greater supervision over private industries, including live stream shopping. Some of its biggest live shopping superstars have been hit with massive fines or taken sudden unannounced breaks.
Okay, so yeah, this is the tablet and this is the case.
In the US, it remains to be seen whether live stream shopping is just a fad that took off while consumers were stuck at home during the pandemic, or if Amazon Live and social platforms have created a big enough draw for it to stick around for good.
One thing I've learned about merchants, they're incredibly resilient entrepreneurs, and when they find something that works, it spreads. So yeah, let's hope that this is the year that we see that real explosion in live selling.
Thank you so much. Have a great day. Top this off.
Half an hour away from the open of Hong Kong, Shenzhen, and Shanghai, you're watching The China Show. I'm Yvonne Mann. Our top stories this morning. Pressure mounts on state-backed developer China Wanko, with Moody's cutting its rating to junk territory and 2 big lenders said to be balking at terms for a new loan. Asian stocks trading mixed as investors await fresh U.S. inflation numbers. The yen rises on reports that the BOJ may end negative rates if wage data is strong.
And I'm Stephen Engel in Beijing, where the National People's Congress has wrapped up with a vote to tighten the Communist Party's power over the cabinet.
Take a of the price action on this Tuesday morning, and we are seeing this global equity rally stalling just a bit here, of course, as we await those inflation numbers out of the U.S. So this is perhaps the more important print than maybe even the jobs numbers that we got on Friday. So we are seeing a bit of a pause when it comes to stocks. U.S. futures are still punching a bit higher. The dollar also holding on to the recent losses that we've seen. We're still watching that movement in the yen. Continue to see that strength. We're just below that 147 level here right now. Gigi with another report this morning talking about the end and exit out of negative rates if those Rango wage data talks come through strong as well. So further maybe evidence that maybe we could see some movement next week. Maybe. Also, the BOJ didn't step in and buy ETFs after that 2% pullback in Japanese equities yesterday, the biggest move we've seen and decline since October. So what does that tell us? We'll see. We continue to see some downside in Japan. We're down about 1% on the Nikkei 225. And we're watching very closely Japan CGBs, or JGBs, I should say. The 5-year auction that's coming out could be a pretty turbulent one, just given what we've been hearing with the BOJ headlines. U.S. Treasury yields as well, not doing a whole lot ahead of that inflation print. We're watching iron ore very, very closely. So the Dalian futures are down. We saw a slump yesterday, the biggest drop we've seen since 2022. Obviously, inventories are piling up. That's one thing that's a concern out of China as well. And we're watching TSMC in particular, Bernstein, quite bullish on the stock, raising that price target by about 20% to 900 NT dollars. Talking about, look, it looks too cheap right now, just given what we've been seeing here. Margin recovery, the like, is something that is fueling that stock here in Taiwan this morning. We're taking a look at when it comes to what happened overnight. So Golden Dragon had a good day over in the U.S. Maybe we'll see how that plays out when it comes to how the China is going to play out. Obviously, we're waiting very closely. Some key data coming out as well when it comes to inflation. India inflation coming out later on here as well. But again, we're watching the miners. We're watching auto stocks, just given what we saw with passenger wholesale vehicle numbers didn't look too strong as well. A50 futures, though, are still in the positive territory here. 231 for your 10-year CGB and 718.06. Some strength coming through for the currency for renminbi this morning. In terms of what to watch, we talk about China Wonka. Lots of headlines there beyond just what we heard with that Moody's downgrade. But certainly there is that fallen angel risk right now for that developer. State council law change. We're going to get to Steve on what that means when it comes to policy making in the future. Iron ore prices, which we talked about, strengthen the currency. We're still any data as soon as today we could get that credit data for February. And as we talked about, auto shares very much in focus here today as well. Which brings us to our top story, Steve. I'm going to bring Stephen Engel, our chief North Asia correspondent, still in Beijing with us, to talk us through this whole story when it comes to Wonka. It was just very interesting when we were talking to Charlene Chu from Atomic Research about this developer, right? Is this the bellwether of what's to come in the property segment? We have Moody's coming through with that downgrade, so it's now to junk. Well, whether we see the other agencies actually follow through is one thing. This is the statement that came through from Moody's, citing contraction in sales and uncertainties over access to funding amid a prolonged downturn. So if S&P and Fitch follow, certainly there is maybe potential contagion risks here that we have to really contend with, Steve.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's even going to go further than that because they could not rule out further potential ratings action because of the funding uncertainty, the liquidity issues, and continuing depression in home sales. So this is I think, the number 2 developer by sales right now. We've had some other fallen companies. Obviously, Evergrande was sort of the poster child. Then we had Country Garden, which seemed to be the bellwether. Vanke state back, number 2 by unit sales, but state back. That's why Charlene Chu yesterday said if this one goes down, as it obviously has some liquidity issues and debt burdens as well. It has $236 billion in assets, 1.3 trillion yuan of liabilities as of the mid-2023. If this one goes down, that shakes confidence much further in the government's ability as well to put a floor on this falling property market. And it all goes back. All these stories about China today, Yvonne, is tied to the lack of policy action from the recently concluded NPC, iron ore. Yes. There was no sentiment boosting comments, policy that would help boost demand. They want demand, but they don't have any policies to boost demand. And same thing with the property sector.
Yeah. And it's interesting, right? We had an interesting scoop from our team at Bloomberg News about, the banks being asked, obviously, to extend that support to property developers like China Wanka. We're hearing there's a bit of resistance. There is supposed to be some loan between ICBC and CCB. I think it's about $500 million or $4.5 billion Hong Kong dollars. We have not heard yet whether that loan is going to go through right now. Let's hear a little bit more what we heard from Charlene Chu from Autonomous Research yesterday about the implications if we do see some sort of default around Wanka. Take a listen.
Both Country Garden and Evergrande were private companies, and they did not undermine the confidence in state-owned developers. That will be different if we wind up in a situation with Wanka defaulting. I think that could really lead to a loss of confidence in almost every developer in the country if state-owned entities aren't safe.
Let's bring in our next guest now, Helen Chow, Chief Greater China Economist at BOFA, BOFA Global Research. Helen, it's always good to talk to you. Here again, we're talking about the cracks in what we're still seeing in the property market as well. You know, we've talked about Evergrande, we talked about Country Garden. I know you can't talk specifically about these developers, but could this spur another round of panic in the industry?
Well, I think it depends on how the authorities will respond to it, especially at a time when the market is probably at the verge of panicking. At the moment, people still perceive Vanke and alike, these kind of state-owned type of developers as pretty much, relatively in the safe category. It's definitely not sovereign, but I would say that they are expected to see more support when a critical moment like this comes. Therefore, I think market will watch very closely how this would be responded. If we continue to see the report as we did previously, right? We see press conference and another press conference where actually the Shenzhen State-Owned Asset Management Committee would come out and support. I think that's actually a very strong endorsement, and that may help in gain back some of the confidence. But however, in the meantime, I would say if we take a step back and look at the whole sector, I think what we are lacking is actually the support from the authorities on the entire kind of POE private developer space in terms of funding, and we do not see as much guarantee and support on those people who are waiting for their paid down properties to be delivered, and not to mention that we are still seeing relatively constrained price actions. So all of those have to change for people to get more confident.
Helen, Steve Engel here up in Beijing. Great to see you. I mean, does this go further as far as the notion of those implicit guarantees? We know bank deposits have implicit guarantees that the state essentially will back it, but mortgages, not so much, and in the property developers, not so much. And then when you have the two big state banks like ICBC and China Construction Bank essentially not accepting or demanding suitable collateral for this potential loan to Vanke, and then Vanke not being able to provide sufficient collateral. I mean, does this tell you that, those implicit guarantees, when we're talking about big state banks, are just not there anymore?
Well, we're not so sure about the details, but I would say, Steve, that it takes a lot for a developer to actually feel the pain of the liquidity squeeze, not just from one or two banks, because at this moment there are many other channels where they can actually regain some liquidity. For example, other developers in the past probably benefited, for example, by some moral support through the verbal, expressions, and therefore immediately followed by issuance with the quota of the issuance of domestic bonds in the China market. So those could potentially help. And in the meantime, there could be other, ways to probably help inject some capital, and maybe possibly with the help of other financial institutions, not necessarily specifically one or two. But I think the lack of response at this moment could be very, very critical, because if this is basically being brushed aside or largely dismissed, then market would think that, okay, then it probably means that policymakers don't care about this sector, don't care about a certain developer, and then, things can actually spiral down. So now I think it's pretty critical to see a collective package coming out and, specifically showing the support and continue to boost the market back into the more confident state of a certain developer and for the whole sector as well.
There wasn't much mention of the property market in the MPC work report as well, or what we've been hearing from the MPC. should we expect more policy measures in the housing sector then?
Well, Yvonne, at the time when they don't mention 房住不炒, housing is for residential purposes, not for speculative purposes.
Yeah.
That would seem to be no news is good news. So when they don't mention it, people were still kind of okay with that. But I think there was a little bit of a disappointment in the fact that people were not seeing any specific suggestions that how in action, for example, those support to on the supply side to developers, on the demand side, the support to the buyers, and also the price actions could potentially come. But again, NPC is not the venue to do that. Just a reminder, I think the most important thing to watch right now is probably the Politburo meeting at the end of April. That is the first assessment of economic development for 2024, and that will be the time when people probably hold their breath and wait for what they say about property policies.
But Helen, you know, they're sending mixed signals out of the NPC because Li Qiang left that statement that they had been using since 2016 about property is not to be speculated on, it's to be lived in. Li Qiang left that out, as you rightfully said. But then again, the housing minister on Sunday brought it back up. So it's sending mixed signals. Which is the message?
Well, I would say that indeed it's not the easiest way to interpret the policy messages. Well, part of our job is basically to read the tea leaves and trying to find out what they want to do. At the moment, I would say that the overall message is still supportive to the property sector for it to reinstate a healthier situation. But sometimes they will reiterate this, but at other occasions they probably think that the emphasis is more about the prevention of excessive price increases. We do not see the point of doing too much of emphasis of that anymore. At the time when overall sales are suffering, not only in primary market for new homes, but also in secondary market a little bit in recent past. And we don't necessarily think there is too much of a risk for excessive price appreciation or the property price inflation at all at a time when most of the cities are seeing the prices coming down. But I think that the developers may actually have their concerns, especially at local level, just in case that they see these kind of problems coming back. They will feel like they're suffering in the last 2 years in terms of the economic growth would probably be for nothing if they go back to where they were. So I think there was the caution not to go back to the same old. But I think the challenge is, however, that we fail to see how much of the new mode, right, or the new normal would be established for the property sector.
All right, Helen Chow will have more from her, Chief Greater China economist at Bowe Global Research. We're counting down the open of trade in Shanghai, Shenzhen, and Hong Kong. This is the China Show. Good morning. Futures positive this morning on the sunny day in Hong Kong. All right, we're watching that renminbi fix right now. Renminbi 709.63. So a second day that we've seen it around that level here right now, and really kind of reflecting some of the strength that we've seen when it comes to dollar renminbi. We're below that 718 handle right now, and we continue to see here when it comes to futures punching higher here this morning. Let's bring in our Bloomberg executive editor for Asia markets, Paul Dobson. Paul, let's start on China here real quick. Obviously, you have the Wanke news that could be a potential hurdle, but we've seen money coming back into this equity market. But then again, I look at what CGBs are doing, I look at what iron ore is doing, and that maybe paints a different story. How do we square the two?
Yeah, I think if you want the cleaner read on the economy right now, you want to be looking at those signals from the metals markets and from the bonds market, for that matter, as well, Yvonne. We've got very depressed longer-term yields now, talking to this idea that we're headed for a long period of economic stagnation, and that's really starting to erode demand now for the metals prices as well. We've come out of the MPC. There's not that much more to get the traders of commodities that excited or hopeful. We haven't seen a big comeback after the Lunar New Year, for that matter, either. In terms of what you're looking for the economy, still quite a lot of gloom. On the equity side, however, we have seen efforts to support the market from the authorities, both carrots and sticks, and that seems to have at least put a floor in it when, you know, maybe the stock market was sending a clearer signal on what people thought maybe a month or 6 weeks ago from where we are now.
And then, you know, what brings us to our next sort of event risk is that U.S. inflation print, perhaps the bigger sort of macro data that we're about to get in just a few hours or so. You know, this coming out of time, we heard from Jamie Dimon from J.P. Morgan, the CEO, you know, still saying that we can't really take off that recession risk off the table here right now. The world is pricing in a soft landing at probably 70 to 80%, he says. The chance of a soft landing in the next year or two is half that. The worst case would be stagflation. How important is this print going to be for markets here and really solidifying what the Fed's going to do for the rest of the year?
Yeah, it's certainly going to give us a very strong signal. Last time round, we had a very strong CPI number, and that set hearts racing somewhat. We've had another go. You know, the market has had another go at pricing in Fed cuts. I think a Fed cut for June is fully priced again. So again, there's a little bit of hope that the inflation is cooling enough that the Fed will be able to reduce interest rates. Positioning around this number seems pretty clean, i.e., if you have a beat, then the market will see that inflation is higher. We'll be worried about the Fed cut scenarios, whereas if you have a miss, then maybe the market will take some hope. So we could move either way, depending on, and in line, you know, kind of with what the CPI numbers actually tell us. On the other hand, you know, there's still that kind of very strange dissonance or disconnect in the market where on the one hand, the economy is going strong, everything's looking good, the equities market is telling us that, everybody's very happy, but people still think that the Fed policy is too restrictive already. Is it, you know, does the Fed really want to start easing rates and risk the idea that inflation is going to come back again? So that's what people have to grapple with, and that's why we're, you know, keep pushing these cuts further into the future at the moment.
Yeah, and it brings us to the BOJ, right? I mean, it seems like next week is going to be really interesting, and you take a look at that latest Bloomberg survey that we've taken, and it seems like, you know, the chances are still maybe of an April move than March, but certainly the speculation has been fueling, given the multiple reports that we've seen. And it's really led to this equity market to pull back in quite a big way. The BOJ also not stepping in to buy ETFs, which is quite interesting, Paul. Is this the start of some sort of big correction in Japanese equities?
That's a really good question. I think there's two things to think about here. One, when's the BOJ going to move? I think if it's March or April, it doesn't matter that much. The door's wide open for them to go now, so why not get through it? But, you know, if they don't go March, they'll most likely go April in any case. Is the equities market that sensitive to BOJ liftoff? That's the big question. You know, is that one initial move going to be something that derails the whole process? I find that difficult to believe, given the fact that the market has been rallying so much with full sight and recognition that the BOJ is going to move at some point. So I think that yesterday's drawdown, while it was big, was pretty much a response to what had happened in the US markets previously. The tech stocks are coming back down, and also momentum stocks running out of a little bit of room. You know, people looking at where there was froth and overbought markets. So something of a correction. The longer term story for Japanese equities is still very positive. There's a number of reasons to like it, whether it's about improving corporate governance, whether it's about improving pricing power and profitability for the company. So maybe a setback, and maybe it takes a while to roll through, and maybe we have to keep half an eye on the US and what those markets do as well for Japanese equities. But longer term, there are still plenty of reasons to be interested or excited in that market.
All right, Paul. Thank you, Paul Dobson there, our executive editor for Asia markets and what to expect here today in the trading session, joining us out of Singapore. You take a look at what we're counting down to. Of course, we're waiting to see once the pre-market in Hong Kong opens up, and we're seeing continued upside here, 0.7%. Wildcat shares is one is on watch here today. We're not seeing a whole lot of price movement right now. We'll see when things open up a bit more. But futures are pointing higher. We're still watching the dollar China, 717.87. Yields ticking up by 1 basis points for your 10-year CGB. Plenty more ahead. This is Bloomberg. Some of the big stories we're following from around the world this morning. China is criticizing Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inauguration of a tunnel. It's one that will give India's troops easy access to areas close to a disputed border between the two countries. Beijing has lodged a diplomatic protest with New Delhi over the development in India's northeastern Arunachal Pradesh region, an area China calls Zangnan and claims as its own. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz is courting deeper ties with Southeast Asian countries in a bid to diversify trade relations. He's hosting the leaders of Malaysia, the Philippines, and Thailand for separate talks in Berlin this week. Close aides say it's a coordinated push to reduce Germany's dependency on Beijing. China was Germany's most important trading partner in 2023 for the 8th consecutive year. U.S. intelligence agencies believe the deadlock in Ukraine is shifting the momentum in the war towards Russia. Speaking with senators in their annual presentation, they say Moscow has made continual, incremental battlefield gains since late 2023. They say Russia also benefits from uncertainty over future military aid for Ukraine from the U.S. and its allies. All right, the pre-market is looking like this here right now. Looks like we're seeing a second day of solid gains for this equity market. For the Hang Seng, we're up about 0.7%. HS Tech is doing its own thing. We're up 1% despite some of the global tech wobbles that we saw when it comes to U.S. markets overnight as well. So it looks like this sort of divergence that we're seeing when it comes to Greater China versus the rest of the region seems to be playing out here once again for a second day. Japan certainly is that drag overall here in the region, and we're still seeing that strength crossing for renminbi at 717.82. In terms of some analyst actions here today to tell you about, we're watching very closely some of the ones when it comes to HL Power. 8 shares rated to do outperform at Macquarie. Flat Gas, 8 shares raised to accumulate at CLSA, as well as CSI Solar rated new underperform at Daiwa here with a price target of 12 renminbi. In terms of stocks to watch here this morning, so we talked about the developers with China Wanko. That's one to watch. EVs and auto stocks in particular. There's been some talks about studying lowering some of these ratios, mortgage ratios when it comes to cars and the like here. We also saw these vehicle sales fall as well. This is Bloomberg. Welcome back. You're watching the China Show. We're counting down the open of markets, and it looks like we're seeing equity markets here in Hong Kong doing quite well in the pre-market. We're up about 0.7% as we, of course, wait the U.S. CPI numbers out of the U.S. We're still seeing a dollar that's seems to have been in the backseat here today, so 717.83, a stronger renminbi, and futures are still pointing higher here this morning. So, not a whole lot of news coming out after this MPC wrapped up, so certainly maybe that's good news for these markets here as well, but still waiting, of course, for those policy implementations sort of signals. But China Wanko, that's the one to watch, right? That Moody's downgrade to junk. Is this more of a hurdle for this equity market to continue to break higher? Given that what we've been hearing here, the concerns about liquidity, are we going to likely see other credit agencies follow suit here when it comes to that downgrade this morning? So certainly that's the one to watch, the property space, and what we've been seeing in iron ore prices, which vary as parcel to what we've been hearing in the property market as well. Iron ore continue to tumble in Dalian. Those futures are down some 2%. We're seeing a bit of recovery, though, at least when it comes to Singapore futures here this morning. But there you go. Hang Seng still outperforming. We're up about 0.75%. We're flat when it comes to CSI 300. But HS Tech seems to be catching a bid once again, and small caps also not doing too badly. CGCBs are up about 1 basis point, so we are seeing more tilt and bias towards the equity market here today, and we're watching very closely what goes on sector by sector. So we're focusing a little bit more on the consumption space, obviously, just given what we've been seeing, and property very much, just given what we've been hearing with Wanko. Let's flip the boards and see, especially when it comes to the banks as well, and what this means, given, according to Reuters, regulators have been telling banks to continue to expand support when it comes to China Wanko as well. But we've been talking about there's a bit of resistance from some of these lenders as well, just given the fact that Wanko wasn't able to provide sufficient collateral, according to our sources, in securing that loan. There you go. Not much movement, though, when it comes to the property space, but we'll let this digest a bit here. You are seeing Wanko shares just down just marginally. Country Garden, though, we're down some 2%. Steelmakers very much in focus, just given the slump in iron ore prices as well. And we're watching the auto space. So there's been talks about, I misspoke in the earlier segment. It's the reduction of down payments when it comes to cars. There's maybe some talk of them maybe lowering that as well. But we have seen when it comes to some data, vehicle wholesales falling 20% year on year. So those big ticket items still seeing a bit of weakness there. 1.6% upside, though, we're still seeing when it comes to BYD, 3% up when it comes to XPeng here today. So that's probably what's lifting the HS Tech here this morning. Still with us is Helen Chow, Chief Greater China Economist at BofA Global Research. We talked about, some of the headwinds when it comes to the property market, but really there has been some good spots and bright spots in the data, right? Inflation was certainly one. Mm-hmm. Exports as well, doing quite well.
That's right.
How do you read those?
First of all, we're not so sure how much of the positive message we should read into it, because actually for both data on trade and also on prices, the problem is that the Jan and Feb data are still subject to a large extent the Lunar New Year effect, right? So the colder weather, the Lunar New Year effect, that probably pushed up the CPI inflation a little bit higher than usual. And at the same time, trade, I think that was also a little bit affected, especially in Feb, because of the base effect. But in combination, this gives us some hope that maybe there is a little bit of a better growth momentum coming out of Jan-Feb. But so far, we're not so sure how much there is. So we need to wait until a few days later when we look at IP, retail sales, and the fixed asset investment data. When they come out, we could have a better and cleaner read.
Helen, would you agree that consumption is really the key right now to getting the economy going again? I mean, I've talked to a lot of economists, a lot of people here. People are cautious right now to spend. I know there's this new report about lowering the down payment requirement, as you guys have been talking about, for new car purchases, because car sales in January were terrible. Households are holding off. But I talked to Michael Pettis yesterday. He's from Peking University, and he essentially says, the government needs to start thinking about, and this is something that economists in his circles are chatting more and more about cash vouchers to households. Is that even something that could happen?
Well, that's a very good question, Steve. The issue is, yes, we economists keep advocating for these kind of demand-side subsidies to consumers. However, it's one thing about what it should be done, and it's completely the other thing about what will be done. I'm afraid that the willingness for policymakers to spend the stimulus this way is still relatively low, not the least because of their reluctance to reward those who do not work. So actually, in that backdrop, the idea of basically giving out cash or coupons for people to spend is still, I think, pretty strong among top decision makers, given that they think this could be, basically fueling inflation and not necessarily helping the real economy. We have a different view. We think that could help. But at the same time, I would also emphasize, in addition to all these help on consumption that everybody is advocating, I would also say that investment needs more help. If you look at the dichotomy in the growth drivers at the moment, consumption at the moment is doing okay relatively, especially when it comes down to consumption of services. But investment is certainly not. If you look at the investment, not only in property sector, but also even in infrastructure investment, we are probably not going to see actually a turnaround as we were very much hoping to see in the near future. We're currently still seeing very weak and sluggish orders coming into the machinery and equipment side, suggesting that infrastructure investment momentum is very much lacking.
Right. I mean, what did you read? We talked about tea leaf reading. What did you take from Pan Gongsheng at the PBOC? He essentially opened the door that there could be more RRR cuts at banks. There is room and tools for further monetary easing. Do you expect that soon?
Well, the monetary policy, framework is probably not going to change, and we would expect more RRR cuts and potentially, interest rate adjustment more on the long end rather than on the short end in the near future, at least before the Fed is about to move. However, would that necessarily be, all that is requires to reboot the economy into a better state? We think probably more needs to be done. And at this point, I would say that, it probably requires an overall, a fuller package from fiscal, monetary, property, industrial-wise, all these policy together to actually make a major announcement for growth, to come back by boosting confidence, not only for consumers, but also for private sector, not only on consumption, but also for investment. So that's actually what we're hoping to see. But as we just mentioned, if you look at the NPC, this is just reiterating what they have already said at the Central Economic Working Conference in mid-December. And actually, they are waiting to see the 2024 data coming out of Jan and Feb only now. And probably by mid-April, by the time that they look at the first quarter data combined, they would have a better sense about where the growth currently is relative to their expectation. And therefore, by the end of April, when we look at the first Politburo meeting on economic policies, we'll have a better idea.
What do you make of these new productive forces that we continue to hear this buzzword in some of the political statements and what we're hearing from the president himself? Is this going to be a big engine of growth for the Chinese economy? And at what point are we going to see that materialize a bit more?
Potentially, yes. But I would say that whether it can be captured by the GDP accounting, we don't know. Because, for example, something is higher quality than something that in the past it probably looks the same. Just a car is a car, right? Well, now it's an NEV car and it's fancier. And, in terms of NEV car, probably some are fancier than the others. But from GDP perspective, actually, it is not that much different in terms of the consumption of commodities and also the services, etc., that it puts into it. So I think that when it comes to the new force productivity idea, it is very much a laudable, I would say, effort to suggest that this would promote the TFP growth and it will help China with a more sustainable growth driver going forward. However, we don't know too much about how to achieve that and whether those sectors are large enough to make a difference, especially in the near future.
I mean, certainly if they've been exporting a lot of EVs, for example, as well in China. We mentioned about the favorable export data. Is that a sense that exports have bottomed? At least given, the U.S. economy is still looking pretty resilient here right now, too. Is that a positive sign, too, that maybe exports can still be a good engine of growth, too?
Well, we do think that exports probably have bottomed out since the end of last year. Things are all looking a bit brighter for North Asian exports, not just China's. If you look at Korea, Taiwan, and also Japan, I think everybody is looking at high single-digit growth in trade data for Jan-Feb, combined, at least, right? That's the lower bar. Right. But how long we're going to see this, we're not so sure. For example, if you look at import data, some of those processing trade data will give you some idea about how in the future that exports orders will be. For example, Taiwan imports is relatively weak. Does it imply that maybe going forward that that particular exports of semiconductor or AI-related equipment, IT equipment is probably going to peak out and slow down somewhat? We don't know. So I think it deserves to see that for at least another 2 months. If actually that sustains, that is very good positive signal that we got some help from external demand.
Helen Chow, thank you for being our guest here this hour, Chief Greater China Economist at BofA Global Research. All right, let's turn our attention back to what we've been hearing from Beijing as well. The Chinese legislature has voted to change a 4-decade-old law to tighten the Communist Party's grip on the cabinet. Now, the changes would emphasize the party's leadership and encourage the cabinet to follow certain ideologies. Let's get to our China economy editor, Jill Deesa, is joining us. How should we interpret this? Obviously, we've been talking about the consolidation of power of Xi Jinping. This solidifies it a bit more.
Yes, exactly, Yvonne. So look, I think that the reason why this change is turning so many heads is because it is the first revision since this law was introduced in 1982. So I think just the fact that you've got that sort of crystallization of these changes, this idea of emphasizing, the ruling Communist Party over the State Council, the cabinet, now enshrined in this law, that's what's attracting that attention. But yes, you're right. This is sort of formalizing something that's obviously already been in place for many, many years now. I mean, I think, President Xi Jinping has really taken a tremendous amount of steps to centralize a lot of power, make sure that it's really, really the party that stands above all else. And I think this really just kind of puts all of that front and center into this legislation. So that's what you're seeing unfold here.
Jill, Steve Engel up here in Beijing. We all know that the State Council's the cabinet, and essentially the premier, in this case Li Qiang, is at the top of the State Council. Is there a need in Xi Jinping's mind to kind of keep the State Council in check? We saw a diminishing role for the previous premier, Li Keqiang. Now Li Qiang. Is it simply a matter of needing to reduce the power, if you will, of the State Council headed by the premier? Or is it more just to get party ideology across all sectors of government?
Well, Stephen, yeah, it's a good question. Look, I think that at this point, it certainly seems as if it's this idea of keeping that state council in check, as you said, making sure that party ideology is prevailing. I'd also say, well, yes, you saw that diminishing power sort of unfold with the previous Premier Li Keqiang. We've also seen that, sort of continue under Li Qiang. So, I mean, look, they got rid of this press conference that the Premier, China's #2, used to have at the end of the MPC. They've said that that's not going to be taking place outside of, extra circumstances throughout the rest of the, entire 5-year term. We've also seen some other ways in which President Xi Jinping seems to have brought some other things under his control. I mean, look, he's the guy at the top. He doesn't seem to want anybody else sort of attracting that kind of media attention. I think we're really sort of seeing that centralization of power as evidenced through this change to this law and as evidenced through many other different aspects, as you've been saying.
Does this mean any difference for policy direction or even opacity of policy direction?
Well, I think it certainly says something about the opacity of policy direction. I mean, when you're doing away with press conferences for various officials, I think that certainly speaks to the lack of transparency that you're seeing over all of these policies. I mean, we just heard, we were just talking at length about economic policy direction in China, how there's a level of vagueness over how exactly a lot of these ideals are actually going to be implemented. I mean, for all this chatter about 5% growth target for 2024, I think there's still a lot of speculation, a lot of disappointment among traders, among analysts about how exactly that's going to be done. We've heard a lot in the form of these big slogans that Xi Jinping is pushing, whether it be new productive forces or worry-free consumption or what have you. But I think there's still that lack of understanding about what's actually taking place. I mean, even these press conferences that we've seen during the MPC, these media events, a lot of this has felt really rehearsed. I mean, the big event that we just had last week with all of the policymakers from the PBOC, Finance Ministry, Securities Regulator. I mean, we were sitting there listening to 20-minute long answers that felt incredibly scripted and sort of on theme with what all of these administrators were discussing. It does seem like there's a lack of that sort of dynamism, that insight, and that lack of transparency as to what exactly is taking shape with a lot of these policies right now.
Jill Desus, thank you for helping us look through some of the political statements that are coming out there as well from MPC. We're checking really closely what goes on with Wanko shares as well. We're continuing to see some downside when it comes to that developer. We're down close to 1% here right now on that potential, that is that Moody's downgrade as well. So our own Christy Hung from BI did say this ratings downgrade to junk by Moody's could hinder regulatory efforts in getting banks to step up funding support for the developers. So it may find it tough, she says, to obtain refinancing. So we continue to watch the property space. Also, we're watching one particularly hit sector, which is healthcare. WuXi Biologics and AbTech. This is the key outperformer here today when it comes to the HSI. So, of course, all these concerns about this U.S. biotech bill that really is bringing a lot of these geopolitical risks back onto the table when it comes to investing in China. So healthcare certainly has been that sector. So we're still seeing at least a bit of recovery here today. We did get a analyst call there from Goldman. Those A shares cut to neutral as well for WuXi AbTech. Plenty more ahead. This is Bloomberg. Chicken markets here right now. We're seeing the CSI 300 back in negative territory. We're flat on that benchmark, though the Hang Seng seems to be still doing quite well. We're up 0.7%, really with HS Tech lifting that overall benchmark. There were close to 2% gains when it comes to the tech sector there, Steve.
Well, Yvonne, the founder of Chinese boutique cinema chain Lumiere Pavilion, says the country's cinema scene remains resilient, even though obviously it's been a very tough couple of years through COVID. I spoke exclusively with the founder, Jane Xiao, after the country saw record box office sales during the Lunar New Year period, despite slowing consumption concerns.
Since 1895, when Lumiere brothers first invented cinemas, it was the first time globally all cinemas are closed during those 3 years. It's really painful. I think it's devastating to this industry, and I'm very glad that eventually this industry is still very resilient, is coming back.
I know the average age of a theater goer is much lower here than in the West. 20 is the average age?
That's correct.
Are younger people coming back? That's the big key, because there's a lot of youth unemployment in China. There is lack of discretionary money, right, at this time when the economy is so slow. So what are the trends that are going to make this a sustainable recovery?
I think cinema is still very affordable consumption, and also it's a social experiences. During pandemic, people realize how close you can be leaving this world for the paradise. At that moment, it probably doesn't matter that much how many material goods you have, how many houses you have, how many cars you have, but rather your experiences. We notice people are willing to spend more on immersive experiences, social experiences.
The ticket prices, you said it's relatively affordable, but
yes.
Have you had to adjust the prices because there is deflation, falling prices, and less spending power in the economy? So have you had to adjust the prices?
Well, I think there's some adjustment on the price, not only because of the deflation, but I would rather say depending on different types of the movies. In China, we have different prices for different movies. For IMAX 3D or special effects movies, we can usually charge more. But since pandemic, because the production cycle's been changed, we don't see that type of products coming out.
Well, last year, there were no Hollywood films in the top 10 grossing films at the box office.
Unfortunately, yes.
Is that an ongoing trend, and why is that?
I think it's an ongoing trend, and also it's not only for China but worldwide. Hollywood, these sci-fi action movies, big budget movies, did pretty well 10 years ago because there are not so many supplies then, and it is whoa on the big screen, and people love to come to the theater to watch it. But now, given the technology is getting much more popular, in China you have One New Earth and Creation of Gods, also big budget action movies, sci-fi movies. Even in India and Thailand, they can produce their superhero movies, but instead, Hollywood, they need to have a bit more creativity instead of doing sequels for these superhero movies. I think this is probably some consumption behavior trends they have to spend more time on. Last year, Oppenheimer and Barbie still did pretty well in China. I think it's not like Chinese audience don't like Hollywood movies. We just like better storytelling movies. Doesn't matter who created.
And Yvonne, Jane tells me that Hollywood studio executives call her quite often and ask her the one question: are we losing China? That's for another discussion.
Yeah, you got to wonder. She mentioned maybe it's not really about geopolitics or anything, but really it's about you got to be a bit more creative in what sort of numbers you put out there, right? You don't forget the sequels. Bring something new into the table. Maybe that's going to bring consumption back up here in China. All right, we're going to be taking a much deeper dive into the consumption sector in the mainland the next hour. Speaking with UBS's Christine Peng on what consumers are spending the most on as the Chinese economy slows. She's talking a little bit more about appliances in particular as one of her preferred sectors. This is Bloomberg. All right, I check the markets here right now. It seems like we've been pressing the pause button when it comes to leading up to that U.S. CPI print, except for Bitcoin. Look at that. We're 72,000 for the cryptocurrency right now. We're talking about a new all-time high here at a time when there isn't that much risk appetite out there. You're still seeing a lot of flows heading into, of course, these ETFs, the like here, and that's really kind of lifting a lot of these crypto stocks here in the region. Rory Tech up 4.5% in South Korea. Huobi Tech in Hong Kong's up in similar measure as well. We continue to watch what's going on in iron ore, just given the slump that we've seen. So there's a bit of a divergence between the Singapore futures and Dalian. We're down 2% when it comes to the China futures, but that is leading to some of these miners like Bowe Steel down some 2% here this morning, just given the fact that we've seen inventories in China piling up here as there is still that disappointment from NBC that's really weighing on iron ore. And we're watching very closely what goes on when it comes to Japan. So we're seeing a second day of pretty sizable declines here, about 1% lower for the Nikkei 225. The dollar yen is at 146, just on the cusp of 147, and JGB yields up about 1 basis point. Keep in mind there is that 5-year auction later on today as well. In terms of your benchmarks in China, it's a bit of a different story. So Japan's down, China is up. You're starting to see that trade flip, I should say, when it comes to what really worked last year. And we're seeing Hang Seng 1.3%. A great story on the terminal about how it seems like you're seeing China reemerging in some of these global portfolios now. And it seems like tech's leading that way here right now, 2.5% to the upside here. And we're continuing to watch CGBs sell off here. We're up about 2 basis points for your 30-year. We'll have a lot more in the next hour of the China Show. Stay with us. Welcome back to Bloomberg, the China Show. Here's a look at some of what we're seeing when it comes to the price action of the CSI 300. So we are seeing it bounce back into positive territory, although there has been some volatility around this benchmark in particular. Some of the wobbles that we're seeing where, the property woes are coming back with China Wanka and with the Moody's downgrading that developer to junk. Certainly that fallen angel risk is out there here today. We are seeing that stock down a bit. We're watching iron ore very closely here. We're covering a little bit in Singapore, but we're still well below that 110 level when it comes to ore, and the miners are certainly feeling it here this morning. Your Asia dashboard is looking like this here, so it's not just about China, but you have the U.S. CPI print, which is basically front and center for the next few hours or so. Bond markets aren't doing a whole lot here, and we are seeing when it comes to global equities and here in the region, pressing the pause button overall. We're down about 0.4% for your APAC benchmark. U.S. futures, though, still in the positive territory, but the Bloomberg Dollar Index also is flat this morning. Most sectors are in the red here, and we're also watching yen, Japan assets here. So a second day where we have seen Japanese stocks crater a little bit here. We really haven't seen pullbacks like this for some time now, but there's so much speculation on what the BOJ is going to do next week. There was a new GG report talking about maybe they could end negative rates if we do see these Rengo wage talks actually come out strong. So more indications that maybe where we could be seeing something in March. A Bloomberg BOJ survey, though, is still suggesting that it could be more April than March, but nonetheless, it has pushed forward a lot of those expectations in the last few sessions or so. For more on what's going on in markets and China in particular, let's bring in our Asia equities reporter, Charlotte Yang, joining us now. We're half an hour into the trade in China. What's standing out to you about the price action so far?
Yeah, so far I think for Hong Kong, we're seeing the early gains picking up some pace here, and that's boosted by Xiaomi, for example, the smartphone maker that had just announced that they're going to have their first EV model released on March 28th. That's a highly anticipated event for market. We're also seeing some gains in JD.com, while some earlier gainers in the past few weeks, like Meituan, we're seeing perhaps some profit taking there. The onshore looks a bit muted today, the opening. The Chinex heavy index that had a big gains yesterday and boosted by cattle, the battery maker, as well as some solar makers. I feel like the gains kind of slowed there, but it's still worth watching whether investors will be having some more sentiment for cattle, given that it's reporting earnings this Friday.
Also, we have that Moody's downgrade. I'm just watching the property sector in particular. I mean, you're seeing some reaction to this in the Wanka shares, but they've been, close to record lows already, right, for that stock.
Yes, and I think for Wanka, we're not seeing too much of a hit on the stock today, and I think it's also that, still, I think among the most resilient developers, and I think there's some strong support, at least the vows from government. So I think on that front, and also as you said, they've already suffered so much in the previous sessions. So for now, we're not seeing too much actions on that front.
Obviously, the taking stock day is interesting, right? You're watching very closely what goes on. Obviously, we talk about geopolitical tensions. You talk about chips. Mm-hmm. The healthcare space, though, it seems to be the latest target from U.S. lawmakers with this new biotech bill. Mm-hmm. How should we be looking at this sector now?
Yeah, so I think for the healthcare sector, the Wuxis are among the worst hit stocks this year because of the strong stance from the U.S. And I think it serves as a fresh reminder that even though for single stocks the risk is you cannot ignore such risks, because Because even though the bill is just is still in progress, but investors now prefer to sell it first. And then even though the stock could rebound, it's still like far off from where they used to be. And you saw that earlier with PDD as well, when whenever there's like tariff news fresh from if Trump says something. So I think this shows investors that that given this is such an election year, such risk, such noise cannot be ignored.
Yeah, Wuxi, I think it's like 40% down year to date. So far already. Charlotte, thank you. Our Asia equities reporter Charlotte Yang there on what we've been seeing across these Chinese markets as well. Still ahead on the China show, why UBS thinks the Chinese service sector will become the driver of mass market employment growth as well. Christine Peng joining us here as we do a deeper dive into the consumption space as well. This is Bloomberg.
At the moment, people still perceive Vanke and alike, these kind of state-owned type of developers as pretty much, relatively in the safe category. It's definitely not sovereign, but I would say that they are expected to see more support when a critical moment like this comes.
Both Country Garden and Evergrande were private companies, and they did not undermine the confidence in state-owned developers. That will be different if we wind up in a situation with Vanke defaulting. I think that could really lead to a loss of confidence in almost every developer in the country. Safe.
Some of our guests weighing in on China Wanko's troubles as well. Of course, just keep in mind that conversation with Charlie Ju was before this Moody's downgrade to junk for the developer. Let's bring in our next panel here. Our Chrissy Hong, China property analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. Also want to bring in Shuli Ran, a Bloomberg opinion columnist, on her latest column about Wanko, developer that will break China's back. We'll get to you later on that, Shuli. But Chrissy, I'll start with you. Highlight some of the risks, really, that China Wanko is facing right now.
Right. So the ratings downgrade only add to a list of warning signs that Vanke is already facing. We have seen how Vanke has been in talks for debt extension with insurers, and then it also sold a mall in Shanghai to Lingri at 26% discount. And in addition to that, since late last year, we have repeatedly warned about how Vanke has been scaling back its land acquisition, and that's a canary in the coal mine for any Chinese developers. And I think what we worry about the most here is faltering confidence. If lenders stop doing refinancing, if home buyers avoid Vanke's pre-sold projects, error in its liquidity, and we are, worried about a potential self-fulfilling prophecy right here.
And you've been writing, Shuli, about it's been a third year into the property downturn. It seems like China is still using these market-oriented solutions to deal with these woes that we're seeing in property. Is it time for a new strategy?
I absolutely think so. I mean, so far the Chinese government, they like to bury their head in the sand. But just like what Christy just mentioned, right? Like there is a not even $600 million US offshore syndicated loan. 2 of the 3 Chinese state-owned banks, they are not willing to extend this loan. That just shows that even in China's state-owned financial system, the biggest financial institutions, they're saying these developers are not safe whatsoever, and we just don't want to help them or dip our toes into them.
Should we expect some sort of bailout from China then?
So late last year, Shenzhen Metro via potential purchases of its projects or bonds, but we think that's far from sufficient. Contracted sales is down an estimated 40%. Cash flow if the sales downturn persists. And I think in the bigger picture, China would definitely want to avoid another blow to confidence from Vanke's debt trouble. But we're 2.5 years into the crisis, and we haven't seen the government bailing out any clear evidence as to why Vanke should be an exception.
Julie, maybe then chime in on this, right? We saw China really resist bailing out Evergrande, resist bailing out Country Garden. Do you think that, if they actually support Wonka because of the state ties, is that actually good or bad for the market?
I think it will be really good for market, and it will be good for the Chinese government-owned books. I mean, land sales account for, on average, 1/3 of local government fiscal income, and from its 2021 year high, the land sales revenue has come down by 1/3. And according to the sales this year, it just doesn't look like that's a realistic expectation. And going by the first 2 months of contracted sales, like what Christy just mentioned, we could be seeing more contraction this year than last year. So the local government, they will be even more short on money. So I think a bailout to steady the overall market confidence is for China's own good.
And the debt troubles that you talk at Wonka, I mean, we had Charlie Chu saying it's actually, the implications are maybe even bigger than what we saw with Country Garden, than what we saw in Evergrande because of those state links. Why do you think that's significant?
Right. I think Vanke is known to be the most conservative major developer. Back during the housing boom, it focused on maintaining just 2 to 3 years of land bank when peers are in a land buying frenzy accumulated, up to 5 to 6 years of land bank. And then you have, Vanke's management, actually back in 2018, it already talked about its goal is to survive. That's during the peak of the housing boom. And you can see how, this is showing you the depth of China's housing downturn that's now enveloping also the most significant or most conservative players in the sector.
Lay it out for us then. I mean, if it does default, what could happen?
I mean, it's a rewind of Deng Xiaoping's Southern Tour, basically. I mean, Wonka was highly intertwined with the rise of Shenzhen. It went public on the Shenzhen Stock Exchange in 1991, and it symbolizes the notion of private home ownership in China, right? Wonka is not China Evergrande or Country Garden. They're the newer kids in town. And if this symbolic name falters, I mean, it's breaking with 30 years of tradition in China.
All right, great stuff. Thank you so much, our Bloomberg Opinion columnist, Julie Ren. Also, our thanks to Christy Hung, our Bloomberg Intelligence China property analyst. We're taking a look at some live pictures. Our other top story here today remains Japan, just given what we've been seeing across the volatility in this market. And really, you're hearing from the BOJ governor himself, Ueda. That's not him, but he's been talking a little bit more about what this economic recovery is looking like gradually, is what he says. He also talked about the weakness in consumption as well. So the yen is actually weakening on some of these comments here, which goes to show how sensitive traders are really on any sort of lines that are coming through from the Bank of Japan governor here this morning speaking in Parliament. So he talked about consumption and non-durable goods. That's where he's seeing the weakness. And he says, make the correct decision after checking on the virtuous cycle overall. So need to see if this virtuous cycle is underway. So clearly what he's talking about when it comes to inflation, when it comes to wage talks as well. But it was interesting, Steve, I'll bring you back in to talk about this because you're going to be at the BOJ outside next week covering this meeting. Gigi come out with another report saying, if these wage talks come out strong, maybe the BOJ could actually exit negative rates as early as next week.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, really, Ueda is looking for that virtuous cycle that is sustainable, obviously. The wage gains are critical, yes, but how sustainable is this, uptick, if you will? And that's why some of the bets moved from April to March. But again, does it really matter if it's going to be late March or mid-March or late April? Most likely, I mean, almost every single economist that we've surveyed say it's going to happen by April. So I think if Ueda is offering any, peppering of doubt at all, they might actually move to April. It seems to be the consensus right now. So we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, I'll be there Monday and Tuesday of next week for the two-day BOJ meeting.
Yep, it's going to get really interesting. And we continue to watch these lines here and what this means when it comes to dollar yen here this morning. But certainly, we're seeing that gradual pullback in equities, right? A second day of this. And it seems like it's going back into this China market, which is quite interesting too, to see these flows. Let's bring it back to China now, because iron ore seems to be really falling here this morning. And you take a look at what we're focusing on. Prices slumped following that weak demand from China. There's disappointment from MPC. We've also been talking about these inventories that are piling up in the mainland as well. Let's bring in our Bloomberg commodities reporter, Martin Ritchie, joining us out of Shanghai. It seems like this downward spiral in prices here. We've seen a little bit of stabilization in the Singapore futures, but what's next here?
Yeah, that's right. It's another big tumble. I think we're down about 25% at least from the high in January. Look, last year was actually a fairly good year for iron ore and for the world's biggest iron ore miners like Rio Tinto and BHP, companies like that, because while China's property sector was still, quite unhealthy, there was a lot of underlying construction still going on to finish unfinished buildings, to push through some of that. But now you're seeing things start to slow down again, and there's a lot of uncertainty about the new starts in property this year, a lot of uncertainty about the level of government stimulus. We heard at the weekend from the NPC in Beijing, we heard a government official reiterate the line about property is not for speculation. So that's sort of fed into a very weak sentiment on iron ore, and people were hoping for a bit of a demand boost after Chinese New Year. That's not materialized yet.
Hey, Martin, Steve Engel here. So you're saying essentially authorities here in China have jawboned demand down because you heard from the finance minister as well last week, who said we're going to be belt tightening. The days of extravagance are over. We need to be more frugal. And we also talked to one analyst in commodities essentially saying because of this sentiment and because of demand is not there, they cannot really give a clear vision of iron ore demand on the horizon for the foreseeable future. There is no time frame. Would you agree with that it's very difficult to say when indeed iron ore demand will start picking up?
Basically, I would agree, yeah. And I think a lot of people were expecting some more firepower or some more major announcements from the NPC, but there is something to say that the government has been very clear, with its 3 red lines policy and property, with the fact it's not going to pursue major stimulus measures, and the fact it wants to restructure China's economy. And I think iron ore has always gone up and down with China's economic cycles. It seems to me that people should get used to prices in this low hundreds level. It's still a very healthy level for iron ore miners. They still make a lot of profit. But we're not going to go back to the early days because the construction activity in China is just not going to go back to the levels we saw pre-pandemic.
Martin, great stuff. Martin Ritchie there, our commodities reporter, joining us out of Shanghai. As we're tracking iron ore here this morning, still seeing downside about 3% in Dalian futures this morning. Equity markets here are really mixed here, but really we're starting to see more downside when it comes to onshore. We're down about 1/3 of 1%, and the Hang Seng is up about 1/2 of 1%. The Nikkei, though, pairing off some of the initial losses here on the back of some of these Ueda comments, talking about weakness in consumption in the recovery in the economy. Iron ore still below that 110 mark, 107.70 in Singapore. This is Bloomberg. All right, we're still continuing to watch what goes on in Parliament in Tokyo here this morning with the Bank of Japan Governor Ueda. I did speak earlier about, this economic recovering gradually, did spot some weakness when it comes to consumption, and really they need to see more evidence of this virtuous cycle when it comes to inflation and wages. So that has led to the yen to reverse a little bit some of the strength that we've seen. We're back above that 147 handle here this morning as we're just days away from that Bank of Japan meeting. And you take a look at what the people are thinking leading up to this. Well, it seems like they're pushing forward some of their forecasts, right? So it seems like, yes, speculation, they could do something as early as next week. That's building. Consensus, though, you take a look at the survey, still may mean we could wait another month, April, maybe, right? Even as we're starting to see these bets on March grow as well. You have more news and lines coming through from local media about maybe they could do this as soon as next week if we see those spring wage talks actually come through strong. And so our senior Japan economist, Taro Kimura, you know what? Taro's it's getting a little bit lonely, I think, where your call is on maybe the BOJ could move in July. I believe that's when you said it last time we talked to you. But it seems like there's growing speculation they could do something as early as next week. Why not? What's the other counter argument to that, Taro?
Right. My assessment is based on a very basic CPI drill, which is actually the core CPI is slower, suggests the slower pace than its 2% target based on data released after the BOJ's January meeting. So I assume securing 2% target is still a front and center policy driver for the BOJ, and I don't assume the BOJ will move because the market is expecting it or the yen is on the weaker ground. So I agree that Governor Ueda signals something that the pivot is possible as soon as March. But at the same time, the Tokyo CPI data released 3 days later was below any forecasts by economists surveyed by Bloomberg, and the service prices are also slowing. And removing the base effects whatsoever, current CPI inflation, I calculate it's on a seasonally adjusted annualized basis. Its pace is just 1.2%, well below the 2% target. So I read the survey results this morning, and I'm kind of very surprised that the market expectations are centered so much around this spring, and I don't think it's going to be such a big surprise if the BOJ moves later than that.
Taro-san, Steve Engel up here in Beijing. I'll see you next week in Tokyo for this. But do you feel, though, that, I think you just said it, actually, that maybe the market is reading too much into these spring wage negotiations, which, let's face it, the wage negotiations are much more bullish and higher than in years past. So they're going to get wage increases. But you think the underlying weakness of the economy gives reason for Ueda-san to continue to be cautious and wait it out?
Actually, to tell you the truth, my response for my expectation for the wage gains for this spring wage negotiation is higher than the market consensus. My expectation is 4.4%, and the consensus is 4.1%. My argument is, having said that, I just can't believe the BOJ will move just based on the spring wage negotiation data, because the historical data suggests it's not like the price responses to wage growth is not something guaranteed in this country, which experienced a long-term deflation and disinflation. So that means I think the BOJ, particularly after the consumption is weak, and I can easily imagine Japanese corporates might hesitate to add on the labor cost to the consumer prices and instead cut profit margins. I think the BOJ could avoid that risk by watching the CPI data released, particularly after May.
Yeah, it's interesting, too, with what we've been seeing across the markets. Obviously, all the speculation is leading to a decline in stocks, just given the strength of the yen. The BOJ didn't step in, though. Usually when you see the topics fall some 2%, they usually come up and buy ETFs. We didn't see that yesterday. How should we read that? It seems like they're departing from the usual playbook, Taro.
Obviously, I admit that the 2% target is getting closer, and the inflation and probably the economic structural momentum is something we didn't observe for many years. So I think that's the BOJ recognizes progress, and as they explain, there's some improvement. So therefore, tweaking some rules based on the kind of deflationary period policy is possible, but that doesn't necessarily directly signal the policy pivot next week.
Gotcha. All right, Taro, thank you for always building your case and standing by your case as well. We'll get at you next week, I'm sure. Taro Kimura from Bloomberg Economics joining us there on what the BOJ is going to do here. We're watching very much what goes on in the consumption space. This is our big theme here for the China show. So we talk about Haidilao. and how services and everything is doing here. Well, Citi lifting the estimates there when it comes to that restaurateur, 3.8% upside here thanks to that upgrade from the bank on margins, the table turns as well. That's helping the stock. We're also watching what goes on when it comes to the EV space. Xiaomi has actually been put in that mix here as we were talking to Charlotte Yang about announcing this new EV launch as well. The stock up close to 7% here, and that is lifting the rest of the EV sector here this morning and the auto sector. And we're still watching Wang Ke actually turning positive now despite that Moody's downgrade to junk. This is Bloomberg. $11:29 a.m. in Tokyo. Japanese markets are heading to that lunch break. Might need to take a bit of a breather here, not just with the weather, but really what's been going on with this equity market. So we're seeing a second day of losses here for the Nikkei 225, albeit we have pared back some of the initial drops here, but the Topix is still down about 1%. Dollar yen is still seeing that weakness here on the back of what we hear from Ueda talking in Parliament here this morning. We're back above 147, and JGBs, well, we're up about 1 basis points for your 10-year. Keep in mind there is that 5-year auction coming up a little bit later on as well. Brings us to what the rest of the region is looking like here today. So Japan remains to be that drag when it comes to Asian equities overall, but Greater China looking much more prosperous, I guess you could say, compared to Japan here this morning. But we're still seeing downside when it comes to Asian stocks. U.S. futures are still punching higher. The dollar's flat. We have that U.S. CPI print that everyone's still waiting on. So that's why most sectors here in the region in the red, Steve.
Yeah, Yvonne, we've been talking a lot about consumption in China, and it's clear that authorities here, as they've wrapped up the National People's Congress, the annual session of Parliament yesterday, it's clear they want to boost consumption while at the same time talking about belt tightening on the fiscal level. The big question is, how do you get the middle-class households in China, which have traditionally been big spenders, to spend again? They're kind of holding on to their money right now through these difficult times. Here is my look at the consumer status health check of the consumer, I should say, in China. The 2010 Chinese movie The Piano in a Factory depicts just how much a piano was an aspirational goal of Chinese households in the early 90s, as a laid-off steel worker builds one by hand to try and keep custody of his daughter through a bitter divorce. Today, piano stores across China look like this, devoid of customers. Once a status symbol to own, domestic piano production last year plunged to half what it was just 4 years ago. The central government desperately wants households to spend more to fight entrenched deflation, but it too is tightening its fiscal belt.
We will practice frugality and economy and reject extravagance.
Without question, the average Chinese middle-class consumer can be a big spender. But we also know that households are feeling the pinch from a slowing economy, exacerbated by falling home prices and a stock market rout. Now, after the Mao Zedong-era social safety net was dismantled, Chinese households also became big savers. So right now, with the economy suffering, they're sort of hitting the pause button on big-ticket, non-essential purchases.
The domestic economy is not in a good position for the consumers to splurge. The government can certainly do a lot of things, but they cannot force people to cheer up and spend.
As we saw with record travel and box office numbers through the February Lunar New Year holiday, many of today's young adults, faced with diminishing job prospects and slimming wallets, are choosing leisure over luxury.
During pandemic, people realize how close you can be leaving this world for the paradise. And then at that moment, it probably doesn't matter that much how many material goods you have, how many houses you have, how many cars you have, but rather your experiences.
It's a new phenomenon for sure for newlyweds, previously accustomed to having, at very least, a new home by the time they marry.
Yeah, we've been planning to get married, and getting married means we have to be prepared for property and raising kids. We need to be more prudent.
We just got married, and I'm very hopeful for the future married life. I hope we can go through the hardship together.
It should be share our happiness, can't be just hardship.
Yes, enjoy our blessings together.
After decades of runaway growth, there is a palpable sense of unease in Beijing. And while piano, home, and other big-ticket item sales are slowing amid less than reassuring policy, there's still the somewhat universal need just to be heard. Stephen Engel, Bloomberg News, Beijing. All right, on that tune, of course, they have to build confidence first, or does the booming economy then boost confidence? That's the big question. Chicken and egg, right, Yvonne?
Chicken and egg. I love that package, Steve. From piano sales all the way to wedding registries and whether they're purchasing homes before you get married. It's really encompassing really all the challenges that we're facing the consumption space here right now. Let's bring in our next guest, Christine Peng, head of Greater China Consumer Research at UBS. She joins me here in our Hong Kong studios. Christine, it's great to have you. Just broadly speaking, what do you expect for consumer sentiment this year? Are you seeing signs of improvement? And how big of a concern is deflation going to be in the sector?
I think if you look at the consumer confidence, so basically just looking at what has happened in the past 3 years, consumer confidence basically dropped to a very trough level at the end of 2022, and then had a very short period of improving and then dropped back to the previous trough level. So basically, we are not really seeing improving consumer confidence despite the fact that China has been reopened for almost more than a year. So looking ahead, we think there are some positive signs. Consumer confidence could be improving because obviously, as Stephen just mentioned, there were so many, good news on the media. The survey sector has been very booming. So I think that's the positive signs. But on the other hand, there are also negative factors. For example, the job market just started to improve probably since the first quarter of this year. Income outlook is still pretty gloomy. And certainly, the property market started to drop ever since the third quarter of 2023, especially for the Tier 1 and 2 cities. So in general, we think the consumer confidence is improving, but probably the pace will be quite slow.
Where are you seeing in terms of pricing power? I mean, where is it being diminished the most across what you cover within the consumption space? Where are we seeing that really margin erosion?
I think the pricing power, so basically, is getting lower across all kinds of sectors. I covered a variety of consumer sectors, right? So, for example, cosmetics. The cosmetic retail sales hasn't really been growing for almost 2 years. Apparel, the growth has been quite slow. I think the most bullish sector, surprisingly, is actually the jewelry sector. The jewelry sales actually has been very robust, but I guess that probably reflect consumers' cautious outlook rather than booming outlook, because they want to, buy things which they think can accumulate in value over time, right? So I think that's probably a reflection of the cautious consumer outlook. On the other hand, we think there are some areas that are not really that bad. For example, the drink sector. The sugar-free tea has been increasing very rapidly. The tea drink, bubble tea, the chain companies, the revenue growth has been, almost 50% in the past, 12 months. Even for the alcoholic drink companies, revenue growth has been double-digit. In 2023. So basically, some of the discretionary categories, as I just mentioned, there are some trade-down pressures, but we also see some other areas that has been growing very fast.
Christine, Steve Engel here up in Beijing. I'm just curious, and I hate to always look to the government for policy direction to boost demand, but this is a command economy. So what kind of policies are really needed to boost the confidence, to boost consumption at a time when, of course, that package I just had emphasized the younger people, but we also know that there recently has been record youth unemployment to the point where the government has even stopped, publishing those numbers because they're pretty bad. You're going to get a lot new recent graduates coming here in the spring. Is all of this going to kind of dampen consumer sentiment going forward for this foreseeable future?
Stephen, I know you are just on the NPC, so I think the NPC is basically not really many policies announced towards consumption, but that was not really a complete surprise for investors covering the space. Chinese government hasn't yet announced any meaningful policy to support consumption in the past 3 years. But on the other hand, we also see the Chinese government have been trying to announce some subsidies to encourage consumer to replace the consumer goods, for example, appliances. I think that's going to be some area investors need to watch out for. We think if the government is going to provide subsidies similar to the level as what they have done back in 2009 to 2013, we think that's going to bring probably additional 1% to 4% of additional appliances demand in the next 2 to 3 years. Another area I think the government is trying to boost is the service sector. Stephen, you just mentioned the young people unemployment rate has been quite high. I think to attract young people to the job market, you need to provide them a service sector rather than the traditional, for example, construction or even manufacturing sector. So I think the service sector will be an area the government is trying to boost in the future.
So, Christine, do you actually think what they announced last week with the MOFCOM, the Minister of Commerce, essentially said they're going to do another, whether it's appliance or big ticket trade-in program? Most people I've talked to says it's an old playbook trick, and it won't necessarily have meaningful impact unless it's actually equipment at factories trading in and this and that. Do you think it will have a sizable and meaningful impact, this program?
So we think the impact will not be substantial. I think the incremental volume increase, for example, for appliances is going to be 1% to 4%. But having said that, the appliances demand is presumably driven by the replacement demand. For example, for major appliances, 80% of the demand is actually replacement demand. So if the government can provide subsidies to boost the replacement demand, that could be an upside for the appliances demand in the next 2 to 3 years. But having said that, as I mentioned, there's not really much expectation from investors from the NPC meeting towards consumption.
There seems to be this, where we're seeing the growth is really the low-tier cities. And it seems to be a key growth for retailers. We've seen consumers also, maybe they're stable, the income's a bit more stable on that front. Can we expect spending from some of these lower tier cities? Can it offset what we're seeing, maybe the weakness in the top tier cities?
I think that's possible, right? If you look at China, we always say tier 1 cities or tier 1 and 2 cities is only, say, like 20 or 30% of the overall economy. We got still 70-80% of GDP contributed by lower tier cities. And if you look at the population, that's even more extreme. The tier 1 cities, we're talking about probably 100 million population. That's, say, like, 6 or 7%. Of the total population. So I think if the low-tier cities, the consumption can really grow, I think that will help to offset some of the micro headwinds. For example, the tier 1, tier 2 cities, consumers be impacted by the lower property price.
Hey, Christine, quick question on the cash voucher idea. It seems like in the what economist community here, they're saying that's the only thing that's really in the short term going to boost consumption. Do you think Xi Jinping and company are going to go the welfare state route and give households cash handouts, vouchers, or out of the question?
I think so. Investors have been hoping for this kind of cash voucher thing in the last, I would say, 3 years, especially in 2022, when the whole country is in serious lockdown, but it didn't really happen. So I think going forward, as I said, the overall consumption actually has been stabilizing or expect to improve. I don't think the government is going to provide vouchers.
What about for overseas expansion? I mean, a lot of these brands are heading offshore now, domestic brands. Is that a new trend that you're seeing? What sort of sectors of brands do you think are going to be beneficial to that?
That's been a very big trend. To be honest, if you look at what companies have outperformed it was really those companies that have been trying to growing very rapidly in the overseas markets. I think out of all the spaces we covered, durable goods like appliances will benefit from that trend. We do have companies that have already had 70% of the revenue coming from out of Chinese markets. From across the world, like Europe, US, or even Southeast and Asian markets. The retailers might also benefit as well. I think because they have been trying to replicating the same model, which they have been doing so well in China and to other countries, and look like that has been working very well.
Christine Peng, thank you, Head of Greater China Consumer Research at UBS, for that fantastic research she's bringing us here. When it comes to the consumption space, we got plenty more ahead. This is Bloomberg. Well, President Biden has unveiled a $7.3 trillion fiscal 2025 budget proposal with $850 billion for the Pentagon, and it sends a strategic message aimed at China, with Washington planning to tap U.S. stockpiles to arm Taiwan. Let's get more now from our senior editor, Bill Ferries, on what really was included in this budget, and what does it tell us about U.S.-China relations right now, Bill?
Yeah, so this budget, the Pentagon budget in particular, is interesting. It's a 1% increase over the current levels, and this is really just the White House request. But there are aspects of it that have much bigger increases related to Asia. It includes over $9 billion for the Pacific Deterrence Initiative, which is a series of programs aimed at bolstering Taiwan and strengthening the U.S. military footprint in the Pacific region. And this includes things like increased purchases of anti-ship missiles, boosting missile defense facilities at Guam, and basically trying to strengthen U.S. partnerships with allies in the region, including additional Army exercises across the Indo-Pacific. They've been budgeted for 9 exercises per year. This would take it up to 11. It also increases, it gives $100 million in foreign military financing for Taiwan to buy U.S. weaponry, and allows for $500 million to replace U.S. weapons stockpiles that could be shared with Taiwan. So quite a bit in there, even though the overall budget is for the Pentagon is a modest increase of 1%. There's quite a bit in there that's a much bigger jump for the Indo-Pacific region, and that's all talking about or looking right at China.
Hey, Bill, Steve Engel up here in Beijing. We're also hearing more from U.S. Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo, who says essentially that they'll do whatever it takes to make sure advanced tech does not get into the hands of the PLA. What further curbs are we talking about?
Well, there's a number of efforts that Bloomberg has been reporting on over the last week. That includes efforts to get Japanese and Dutch engineers to stop servicing some of the high-tech semiconductor equipment that was sold to China before some rounds of recent curbs. U.S. engineers have not been allowed to work on those, but other nations have been allowed to service them. And they are looking at additional companies that might be able to, that might be targeted in new rounds of sanctions by the U.S. Gina Raimondo on a trip to the Philippines and Thailand, as you mentioned, really doing more outreach, diplomatic outreach to the region, promising more investments as well. But China's a big focus. They view, the U.S. views that a lot of this tech equipment that would benefit Chinese industry would specifically benefit its military, and that's an area that the U.S. wants to see clamp down on quite a bit.
All right, Bill. Thank you. Bill Ferries there, senior editor, joining us out of Singapore. We've got plenty more ahead. This is Bloomberg. All right. This is the one that keeps giving. Bitcoin, that record-breaking rally continues. We're slowing down here in the Asia session, but we're still well above that 72,000 level that was reached as well, and for the first time ever, right? So we're taking this rally, if you've been crunching the numbers, it's almost up 70% in 2024. Let's bring in, once again, Subhashri Ghosh, our Asia finance reporter. I mean, this is a rally that just keeps on going. How sustainable is it? Or is it just too good to be true, Subhashri?
It is sustainable. It looks like, it's going to be sustainable. Obviously, for outsiders, it looks like it's a fairy tale run, 70% in just 3 months, isn't it? It looks like it's outstripping all traditional assets. But given that, Yvonne, the rally is driven by a more wider spread demand from traditional finance investors, this looks like one that can continue in the medium term. Of course, also there could be some kind of temporary bouts of profit taking, but looks like this is going to be a relentless one for some time at least.
And we talked about in the break, right? I mean, are we just getting closer to 80,000, or what are some of the key levels traders are watching out for now?
Yes, 80,000 is the next key level, next key technical level that traders are looking for. I have to remind our viewers that we have seen $10 billion worth of ETF inflows, ETF money inflows into the spot Bitcoin in ETFs in the US. So we are seeing a sustained one-sided rally on the OG coin that we say typically in crypto world, which is likely to go on. And yes, 80,000 is the next key level. But there are some very optimistic traders and hedge fund managers who are talking about 100K. And in fact, if they were talking about that 3 months back, it could look unrealistic. But it doesn't really now, Yvonne. It's pretty much within reach is what it looks like now.
All right. Again, we'll talk to you soon. Devashi Ghosh, our Asia finance reporter, joining us here on this sort of massive, insane rally we're seeing across Bitcoin. That's when you actually see gold at near record highs as well. What does that tell you about how this market is positioned here right now? We're pretty mixed, of course. We're still kind of seeing volumes and the like a little bit lower here this morning on the back of, we're still waiting for that U.S. CPI print coming through out of the U.S. But the dollar is firmer, though. That's one to watch, in particular when it comes to the yen. So we're coming off some of the lows for dollar yen here this morning on the back of some of these Weda comments about weakness in the consumption space. Sovereign bond yields are still selling off here this morning as well. Let's brush aside what we've been seeing. We've been talking about our China Brief segment and what to really talk about here this morning post NBC. Steve, there's a pretty interesting sort of speculation or talk or chatter online now when it comes to Nongfu Spring, the beverage giant in China. This is quite interesting, I felt. I mean, the latest major brands that come under fire online. What's going on?
This has been a big corporate battle between the two big water makers, obviously, whether it's Nongfu Shan or also Wahaha, and their competing chairmen. Of course, the former chairman of Wahaha, Zhong Qingho, whom I've interviewed on Bloomberg Television, he recently passed away, and there's been an online sympathy swell, and it kind of reinvigorated this rivalry with Zhong Shanshan, the now China's richest person who runs Nongfu Shan, the water maker. So there's been a patriotic surge as well because Nongfu Shan's chairman's son has a U.S. passport. So there's all this nationalistic fervor over water and the competing chairman and the competing companies.
And over domestic companies as well. Quite fascinating. Actually has moved the stock down some 6% year to date. And one of the worst performers I think we've seen from the HSCEI recently. That's it from us here from the China Show. We got Bloomberg Markets Asia up next.